It is 5:30. I'm calling this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council and any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. No? Anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the city council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 3 items before the council in closed session this evening. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, claimant Laura Pfeiffer, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are yet not known to potential plaintiff. And item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 3 cases. Staff's report.
Thank you. It's 5:31. We will now go into closed session. It is 6:37. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On item A1, the claim of Laura Pfeiffer, on a motion by Councilmember Meister and seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo and a 5-0 vote, that claim was rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Meister, and to remain standing for an invocation or moment of silence.
Salute, pledge.
Is there anyone that would like to come forth and lead us in an invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this great day. Be with us this evening as we weigh the matters before us. Help us to make good trade-offs. Help us to be humble in our decision-making so that we serve the greater good. Lord, it is a great week to be thankful. It's Thanksgiving week. It's a week of gratitude. Gratitude is the proper response to grace. Lord, help us to be gracious. Help us to have gratitude towards one another. Help us to be humble. And help us to do this all year, Lord. We celebrate it this week. Be with us this evening as we conduct the city's business. And amen.
Is there anyone else that would like to do an invocation? If not, you may be seated. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record. We will continue to emphasize that the 3-minute per speaker time period will be adhered to so that the city council in an orderly fashion can proceed with its decision-making responsibilities. If you are here for the public hearings, numbers 14, 15, and 16, please hold your comment when those items come up on the agenda. You will be given the opportunity to speak at that time. Is there anyone that would like to come forth?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on record. First of all, tonight, through you, I have a question for the city manager. Are the new streetlights in front and on the south side of Monache High School for decoration, or will they at some night actually be turned on? Secondly, on November the 10th, my husband and I went to Veterans Park to place U.S. flags by each of the markers. The marker on the Morton Street side appears to be missing, as he could not find it. Appears that it may have gotten covered up or possibly stolen. In the main part of the park, there is one marker without a tree. There are 2 dead trees, and both of them fairly new, and 2 of the newer trees have had their tops cut out. And the ground was extremely dry. It would have been as easy to drive the little stakes for the flags into this floor as it was that ground. In my opinion, if Veterans Park is one of the finest parks in town, then it needs the proper level of attention. Right now, it does not appear to be receiving that attention. I hope to see the day when our parks receive at least the same level of care as the money-losing golf course. In closing, we need to increase park impact fees as soon as possible. More houses usually mean more people, which means more impact on the parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Brock Neely, address on record. Fernando. What you're receiving is the Supreme Court decision from 1905 for Jacobson v. Massachusetts, as well as the 1922 case Zucht v. King. Also, the Emergency Powers Act of the federal government, as well as the Emergency Powers Act of California. Under Jacobson v. Massachusetts, it was a United States Supreme Court case in which the court upheld the authority of states to enforce compulsory vaccination laws. The court's decision articulated a view that individual liberties are not absolute and is subject to the police power of the state. Jacobson has been invoked in numerous other Supreme Court cases as an example of the baseline exercise of police power. The other case is the 1922 case, Zucht v. King, and that was regarding mandatory school vaccines in Texas, and it was found that schools could withhold public school from people that could not prove that they were vaccinated for the public good. With that and all this information, I would recommend that you pull item 12 from the agenda and put a motion on the floor to table it to a date uncertain. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Ed McCurvey, District 4. Just want to thank the lobbyists from the Stonewall Democrats for that legal brief. Has nothing to do with this city. This city needs to do what's right, the Constitution. That's what we swear an oath to. We don't need to have undue influence and special interests trying to tell us about something that happened in Massachusetts 100 years ago. That has nothing to do with this city. Item 12 needs to stay on there. Item 12 is an important issue. Item 12 is something that we all need to take really good stock in because that is our freedom. Our freedom comes from God. It doesn't come from a legal precedent. It comes from the Constitution that we swear an oath to. And as far as transparency goes, I have a question. Last meeting, there was a discussion about recycling. And about 5 years ago, it was stated, and this is general information from the last meeting, I have to get the specifics, that we had received about $500,000 a year in kind or in incentive to pick up the blue barrel and do the trash recycling. About 5 years ago, that shifted from a $500,000 KISS to our operations to a $500,000 expense to our operations. Now, if I do the math right, that's $1 million, and that's 5 years. That's $5 million that this city has spent on recycling, and we have lost that money. Who's running this city to lose $5 million, and then we're going to raise the rates on everybody in this city at this time? We need some transparency on that. I want to investigate that. I want to understand that better because we need to change the way we do business. We don't wait 5 years and waste $5 million and then raise the rates on people on fixed income. It's bad. It's not good at all. We need to have longer foresight, and we need to have some hindsight on this too, and we need to be humble about it. We need to figure out what the best way to run the city and do recycling is. We're finding out the hard way with the buses and the batteries that we can spend millions of dollars on buses that don't work and don't really carry anybody around the city. And we need to investigate that further too. Money that we're spending that isn't going to serve the people, the vast majority of the people of this city. And being in the transportation industry, we've tried all sorts of ways to do heavy equipment with alternative energies for the last 15 years. They don't work. Diesel works. This pie-in-the-sky idea that you can get trash trucks and run them on batteries is nonsense. Even if you're getting grant money, it's still going to come out of this city, and it's not going to work. Have some transparency about the numbers on these things. Let's do the math. Let's make sure that people know what they're getting.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Is there someone, please, come forward.
Good evening. My name is Darren Griswold. I'm here on behalf of the Porterville Chamber of Commerce today as a member of the Board of Directors, and our address is 92 North Main Street in Porterville. We have some upcoming events I'd like to make everyone aware of. Next week, of course, our annual Children's Christmas Parade is on Thursday, November 30th, starting at 7 p.m. on Main Street. The theme this year is celebrating holiday movies. And we actually have some good news. Over 90 participants registered. That's a nice increase over last year, so we're coming back. The city will be hosting our First Friday Coffee event on Friday, December 1st, and I understand we'll hear a report on the state of the city at that time. This event starts at 7 a.m. out at Eagle Mountain Casino. The Chamber Awards installation ceremony will be held on Friday, January 19th at 5:30 at Eagle Mountain Casino. So please mark your calendars for that. We're also trying something a little different this year. The nominees for the different awards are being put out to vote to the public, and you can access that voting through the Chamber's social media sites or the website at portervillechamber.org. And then we also have a virtual workshop coming up on Thursday, December 7th with the Tulare County Environmental Health on different types of food permits, application process, as well as a few other related topics. The link to this meeting can be found under the events calendar on our website again, and it's a virtual meeting. And lastly, I'm happy to report that we have 7 new members that have joined our chamber recently. The American Association of University Women, Eco Valley, Valley Community SBDC, Tree of Life Tree Service, Sweet Ride, Sequoia POS, and Arlo Farms Microgreens. On behalf of the Porterville Chamber of Commerce, I appreciate you giving me this time.
Thank you, Mr. Griswold. Is there someone else that would like to come forward?
Thank you. My name is Jason Allen Underwood. I am here because I was a victim of domestic violence as well as police misconduct.
Could you please put the microphone forward, please? Thank you.
Sorry. Did you get any of that?
Let's start it over, and please, 'cause we didn't hear it.
My name is Jason Allen Underwood. I'm here because I was a victim of domestic violence as well as police misconduct. One second. On November 29th, 2018, Sheriff's Department was called to my home by myself. 2 deputies came out, and I told one of them the whole story of what happened, which I was the victim of a 2-on-1 assault while in a moving vehicle. I went on to describe to the deputy in brief detail that my ex-wife had also been sexually assaulting me off and on for 5 years prior. His response to that was, and I quote, "Come on, you're a grown man." Because the incident took place in the city, the sheriff's department could not do anything, so they called the police department. 2 officers came out. No Miranda warning was issued, and there was not probable cause. I was not even allowed to give a statement, my side of the story. I was simply asked, "Did you hit him?" Him referring to my nephew. I said, "Yes," in self-defense. He was sitting in the front passenger seat. I was sitting directly behind him. And he stuck a hand inches away from my face, screaming. And I reacted. I suffer from PTSD. Both my ex-wife and my nephew knew this. They knew exactly which buttons to push. And so I reacted. But I was arrested. I spent 4 days in jail. I was subjected to multiple civil rights violations, including but not limited to denial of a phone call, denial of medical attention, denial of food for a day, water for 2 days. All of this led to a suicide attempt while in custody, and I have tried everything to get justice for myself, to have those responsible held accountable, and nothing has happened. 5 years. 5 years of harassment, of ridicule, of incompetence, and nothing has been done. Please, I ask that something be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Corey Wells. So I wanted to give a report on a amazing event that we had earlier today. We served over 200 meals in partnership with Valley Adult Day Services, and it was super successful. And we served about 100 meals on site and gave 100 meals to local partners in the area to distribute. And we served seniors, caretakers, homeless, and other families that were looking for a warm meal. And it was a super awesome event, and can't wait to do it again next year. I also wanted to make a quick comment on item 5 on the consent calendar related to the airport. I know that this is coming back after about a year, and one thing I didn't see on it is that it doesn't have any language to consider expanding the hangar spaces and modernizing it a bit, improving it. I would implore this council to consider giving direction to make larger hangar spaces, because there's not a lot of hangar space there for a larger aircraft, and nobody wants to park their $4 million jet out in the open. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, please come forward.
Good evening. David Cox, address on record. First of all, I would just like to say thank you to all of you council members for the service that you do provide the community. I know a lot of times I've been up here and, you know, I've had complaints, but I really do appreciate all that you do. But Mr. McCurdy mentioned a really important word, transparency, a little while ago. And a lot of the times, you know, we get these public notices in the mail, and, you know, it's pretty wordy. There's a lot of stuff there, and you feel sometimes like you have to have a college degree just to get through it all. And for the longest time, I thought, well, that's just how it is. But I've kind of become aware that there are other communities nearby that are actually doing a really, really good job of making sure that people not only get the notices, but they understand what the notices mean. And it's not done in 3-4 pages and a bunch of kind of legalese, and it looks like, it's kind of like on an election, you know, you read the propositions, you read the whole text of it, and you drown in it, and then, you know, somebody will come along and say, here's what the pro people might think, and here's what the con people might think. And it kind of boils it down a little bit. And I think we can do that, because there's much smaller communities that have Facebook presence, where these things are very, very clear. And I'm not here to necessarily talk about the items that are up for public hearing tonight, but the idea that it's being done on a vacation week, and it seems like it's so convoluted that, you know, we need, people just don't know. And I think we can do a better job of making sure we inform the people. So I would hope that you would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth under oral communications?
Good evening, Josh Flowers, address on record. Yeah, I'd like to echo what he says. Thank you guys for what you do, honestly. You guys all spend a lot of time on trying to figure out what's the right decision to make for the city, and it's not easy. And, you know, why I have you here, I want to implore you guys to look at maybe giving yourselves a raise. Maybe not for you, but for the next councilman, because you guys are getting paid $20 per meeting, and that it was from 1960, so that translates to about $250 in today's money. So might want to think about that one a little bit. So outside of that, what I want to do is I do want to talk about, I believe the gentleman earlier talked about raising the park impact fees. I think that's a good thing, but I say maybe with the trade-off, make sure that we're very lean on getting our reports done and getting people, getting our inspections done on time, because that's a lot of cost and money there. So if you do one, you got to make sure that we, as a city, can produce. Next thing I want to talk about is item number 11, please. I'm going to ask you guys not to cheapen the proclamation process. You know, the important part is keep the word Porterville City on it. Now, if you don't agree with the proclamation process the way it is, maybe find a different way of doing it, but don't, because we all saw this, right, during the election. It was the future president from the desk of the future president, and now it's the desk from the former president. It just cheapens it. You guys could just put out public statements if you guys want to do that, but let's keep the city involved, you know what I mean? It's really important. That way we could declare it as a whole, and if you don't want to sign on it, you don't sign on it, you know what I mean? So keep it simple. Lastly, I saw that medical freedom is on the, I think it was a resolution I think I saw, but I want to echo this. I know you have some legalese there, but here's the important part to understand, is I sat up here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I think it was, I can't remember what it was, but we were fighting to defend people's medical freedom. And the difference between what you saw there and what we were going through is called the Emergency Use Act. This was an untested drug, and they were forcing and mandating people to take it. Any pharmaceutical company says that you should wait a minimum of 7 years on a new drug to see what it's going to do. That's why most of those are 7 to 20 years before they even implement it to people. So there's a lot of things, but we were being driven by fear, we were being driven by propaganda, and that is something that we have to understand, that we cannot allow us to make those decisions. If you do not have the right to say no, then you are not free. And that's what all of us have to understand. So I appreciate you guys taking this up. Lastly, let's put it this way. If you guys went out and bought a car, and I told you just trust the car salesman no matter what, would you guys think you're going to get the best deal? You think you're going to get all the right information? So when they told us to trust the science, that was not the right thing. It's always verify the science. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so. Anyone for oral communications on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. Parks and Leisure Commission, do we have? Please, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Leisure Service Commissioner Arlene Pena with our commission report. One of the park's staff recent focal points has been Henry Street Park. CISA installed a sidewalk and a fence along Putnam Avenue. Park staff performed a lot of grounds maintenance within the park. Here are some before photos. And here's what it looks like now. Over 4,000 viewed our Halloween home decorating contest map. 20 homes participated. Here are first and second place homes, and they were amazing. And here is third place, which also received the People's Choice Award.
Wow.
Yeah, neat. A record number of 1,064 participants in Veterans Day Run, up 200 from last year's record. The sea of red shirts honoring our veterans was a sight to see. The 44th annual downtown Christmas tree lighting ceremony is set for this Friday at 6 p.m. in Centennial Park. Our youth basketball league tips off next Friday. Youth arena soccer registration begins December 6th. The Zalad House annual candlelight tours will be offered December 8th, 9th, 15th, and 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. Special tours will be given, piano music will be played, and refreshments will be served. The annual senior Christmas luncheon will take place December 10th at 1 p.m. at Burton Middle School. Those attending will enjoy a nice meal, live music, and many prizes. That concludes our report. Thank you so much, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. That is an excellent report. How, you indicated that the Veterans Day run went up to,
200.
so that would be a total of how many?
So then it would be 1,084.
I knew it was 1,000, so that's
really
pretty
good.
good on the participants. It
Yeah.
was a lot. There were a lot of people very early that morning.
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you very much.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Okay, Library and Literacy Commission.
I'm slow today. I had a cleaned house. Fun. I love that we got a good report. I love knowing what's going on in the city because I can't keep track of all of it. Now, first of all, I want to thank you for approving Irene Ortega to replace Christensen on the board. She's fantastic. We have a really good commission right now, one that's active and knowledgeable about libraries and books and literacy. We have, several people who are involved with the literacy end of it, and that's what I started with. And so now I feel we have a well-rounded, knowledgeable board that can do things for our library. Our highlights from October were the virtual story times that's held every, Tuesday morning on Facebook. I watched today, just out of curiosity. I do it every so often. We had 1,044 English story time people and 979 Spanish, which is a total of 2,023 views. That's a good number, I would say. The Adult Book Club for October, the book was Her Dark Lies by J.T. Ellison, and there were 10 members. And if you want to join the book club, go right ahead. And I'm sorry, my voice comes and goes. I have allergies. Bilingual Story Time, which is held every Thursday morning at 10 o'clock, is hosted by staff members where they do a lot of educational things for the children, toddlers and preschool kids, those who help them get ready for school. Had a total of 72 participants. Family Literacy every Thursday, 69 participants. Bring Your Own Games, 51 participants. The Youth Book Club, which is for ages 16 to 24. Hopefully they've been indoctrinated into reading books. And this is more, we have, the book that they did for October was Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Think about that title. Cracked me up. I don't know if it did. Had 5 members. The 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten Challenge has 12 children. And I think I should be aware of what that is. I've talked about it a lot. But it's where parents and family read to preschoolers to get them ready for kindergarten, to get them aware of the fun of books. Teentober month, which is various crafts, really, 62 participants. October the 11th, Porterville College was represented and had at an informational table, and we assisted people in filling out applications. When I say we, I mean the library. They help them get registered, provide general information regarding degrees, etc. Staff had informational things on the 17th and 18th at Butterfield Charter School. You realize are we now at 4 or 5 high schools in Porterville? 7? Oh, geez. When I went to high school, there were 2. And there were pictures of one was going to be the third one. No, wait a minute, there weren't even 2, there was only 1. I think I'm getting old. The Domestic Violence Candlelight Vigil staff informational booth was there on October 19th to promote library service flyers. They had a spin and win and giveaways, and they had 107 participants. Halloween was a big one, but it was on October 28th. They had canvas trick-or-treat bags, a variety of crafts and coloring and etc. And they showed the movie, Hocus Pocus 2. That's the new one that just came out. Those lucky people. They had popcorn, and there were 130 participants. October 31st, our local Porterville Police Department, of whom I have a great deal of respect, we have some darn good officers. They did their Halloween trunk or treat event, and there were 1,000 participants who attended the event. That's almost as good as the ones running on Veterans Day. October 31st, the Parenting Network Halloween walkthrough event staff had a booth to promote the library services. There were 35 participants. But here's what I think's the best of what happened in October. In our literacy group, Elisa successfully assisted her husband with filling out small business insurance paperwork. Do you realize how complicated that paperwork is? And she has learned to do it through our literacy program. She understands what she's doing. That, to me, is phenomenal. And Rita is more confident with her English skills and communicating with school staff. So I think that Porterville library staff and literacy staff are succeeding in a very strong way, and I want to thank you. And I want to remind you, Thanksgiving is a good day, it's a holiday, but the most important thing is you take that word Thanksgiving. 1, you give thanks for what you have. I'm thankful I can stand here and talk to you. And giving by taking care of those in our community who are in need. So let's all have a blessed Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here for the Arts Commission? Animal Control Commission? Youth Commission? To talk. We'll now move on to the staff informational report.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just the standard monthly report, providing a report of water conservation efforts for the prior month. Happy to answer any questions or providing for further information.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? No?
Yeah, real quick, I noticed that we're down below 75 gallons per capita, and I heard somewhere that the state might be looking at setting a benchmark at 50 gallons per capita. Our citizens, the residents, have exceeded our expectation with, not using as much water. And do we know if there's going to be an opportunity to loosen up the drought restriction at all so that we can have a little bit more consumption, or are we going to hold back until we hear what the state's going to do with that 50-gallon per capita requirement that's coming down the line?
So those are, and Mr. Knight can speak more with more substance than I can, but those are indoor regulations, not dealing with outdoor. The data that is reported to you is a combination of both. So to meet, and Mr. Knight, do you want to provide any?
It is total consumption per household, correct? in the report from staff?
So the new regulation will be total consumption per household, but it'll be calculated at 55 gallons per person per day. The current phase, it's going to be a phased approach. It'll be 55 gallons per person per day for indoor use, and there'll be a calculation for outdoor. So staff is currently working with DWR, implementing GIS software, calculating all the consumption per residence. So we're working through that now. There is current information that has been done as an overall high elevation evaluation of the agencies and estimated conservation measures that will still be required. The first reporting period, which we're working to get those details, will be in January. And so things will continue to progress. And generally, as we review the drought regulations, watering schedules, and that information is around June is when the public hearing, so it usually comes to council either the end of April or the first part of May to consider any transitions into June.
So with our restrictions for outdoor watering that we have in place, it's limited the amount of outdoor use. So with this report showing that we're at about 75 gallons, which includes outdoors, do you think we could make 50 gallons if the state were to say it, that we had to do that?
So I don't have that information for you tonight, but definitely something that we will be considering when we bring it to council for evaluation on any changes with the current drought regulations or the watering schedule in the future.
Thank you, Director Knight. Thank you, Mayor.
Now, this is a state mandate, right? Throughout the state, all cities are supposed to follow this policy? I was just down south this last weekend in Upland, and there is no regulations like that in that community. And so I know that we want to continue to conserve water, but I think that we're a little heavy-handed on how we're doing. We already do a great job of conserving water, and so my thought is, can we move to phase 3 and still conserve water?
That'll definitely be something before council for consideration, and I can't speak to Upland, but I know a number of those agencies utilized tertiary treatment for irrigation of industrial complexes and large irrigation activities for green spaces and open spaces. So I can't speak directly to what their processes are and the decisions they've made for whatever their water use is, but it's definitely something that'll be before council for consideration.
How, could you speak to maybe some of our local neighbors, Visalia, Tulare? Are they making their residents only water once a week?
A number of the agencies around us have made a watering schedule that is a lot similar to ours, maybe fluctuating hours of watering ability, varying an hour one way or the other. Maybe where the city does 5 to 10, they may do 6 to 11, so variations of that, but they do use similar water conservation schedules. And actually, the city of Visalia is more stringent. There is no watering during the winter. There's no outdoor watering allowed. They have structured theirs by months, so certain months of the year where we go through a process of evaluation, they have set months where there is no outdoor irrigation, and then for a period of months, it's a reduced single day and then 2-day a month irrigation.
If we went to phase 3 watering, what would our water use look like? I mean, it would just go back to what it was before, right? We were sitting at 75 gallons. I can't exactly remember what the report said, but
This is under conservation measures. If we go to 3-day-a-week watering, there would be a significant increase. If you look
phase
at
3 is 2 days a week, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, phase 3. I thought you said 3 days a week watering, I'm sorry.
Phase 3.
So we would look at we could look at the previous months. Yeah, it would increase consumption. The way it's set now currently has been with the climate weather, the demands.
Gotcha. Yeah, and even in phase 3, if we have rainfall within a percentage of an inch, then you're not permitted to water anyways, right? In phase 3 or phase 4.
That would be the assumption, but that is not, people do not always follow that rule, but yes.
Well, people don't always follow our rules of watering once a week. I think if you drive around at midnight, there's plenty of people watering
Yeah.
in the middle of the week. So it's just, my thought is, are we too heavy-handed? Can we be more lenient? We're spending money on water shares. I know we're in an ag community. I know we need to conserve water where we can, but can we be more lenient on the residents?
That's your decision.
Thank you, John.
And that will be an item that will be brought forward to us in the future as you modify and we go in through the phase-in, which can have that discussion publicly with everyone.
Yes, Madam Mayor, it'll be
Thank
coming to
you.
council for
Madam, may
consideration.
I?
What, please?
So could we pull up the graph? I think it's on maybe page 12 so that everybody can see it. Is it in this presentation? So we can see it. And Director Knight, the reason I'm asking is, could you take us back to the time when we were watering on additional days so we could just kind of see a snapshot of what the consumption was at that time?
So none of the details in these graphs reflect that. So if we were to look at that under the season of the month, you see where we transition. So in the month of June, between June and September is our peak usage. That's where we're at 2-day-a-week watering. Of course, temperatures drive that consumption higher. But I don't really have a good representation in here to show you what 2-day-a-week watering would look like during the winter months or, during the month of November or December. I could go back and pull some of that historical data for you for council's consideration, but not really reflective in this graph.
Well, can't we just look at the month, just a couple months ago? Last month, it was in September, we're doing 2 days a week, right? Can't we just look at that number? Wouldn't it mirror pretty well?
So if you're trying to say the same usage would occur in September as it does in November?
Yeah, well, now granted, we're going to have rain events where maybe people won't water, but I imagine it's going to be around the same numbers. Yeah, if we're doing twice a week.
Yeah, definitely, I could put something together, especially as we bring it to council for consideration, what the historic numbers look like. If you look at the blue line in the background, that's what 2013 looked like, where it was 3-day-a-week watering. And so that's what the state had originally provided us, is a reference back to 2013, and that would have been an average year of water consumption. So if you just look at what the reported consumption is by the months over the years, our conservation efforts keep us below 2013. That's what the blue line is.
And the key point I wanted to bring everybody's attention to is our residents are conserving water. We're trending in a very positive way that if we got pinched by whatever agency to have only a 50-gallon per capita thing, we're almost there now. And can you tell me about groundwater sustainability in the year that we have to have a zero net take of groundwater? Isn't that 2030?
Well, preferably, we would like to work our way there now, slowly, incrementally. But as far as if we go over the history of the reports, we're talking about 75 gallons per person per day. That's still nowhere near 55. I mean, we're in the winter month looking at that now. So granted, we don't have frost on the ground currently, and that's going to change, but those are your low usage months. So that 75 gallons per person per day is great. It's when you're 175 gallons per person per day that you have to look at those conservation efforts. So as we forecast this out, do you want to, and this will be council's consideration, way in the weeds, I apologize, but if you're going to try to flatten that curve out, that means you're going to have more conservation when it's available so that you have those credits in the heavy use months, so that way you can take that curve out. So to try to save 55 gallons per person per day, yeah, very easily you could achieve it in the months like we're reviewing now, but it's going to be very hard to obtain that during the summer months.
Yeah, what's so difficult too is we had a great season last year, and we're looking at another great season coming up, and it's just, but I know that doesn't impact the way they're regulating us. Yeah. They don't care how much rain or snowpack we get. It's, this is what they're doing. So I'm looking forward to a more detailed, you're going to get us better numbers is what I'm hearing?
Yeah, as it comes to council for the consideration of the irrigation year, then that's definitely when you'll see those numbers. And it'll come to council for a public hearing as well. And just also, the draft regulation that's out now is focusing on single-family residential. They are working towards commercial and institutional as well. they're still in draft form, and those details haven't been released yet. We have some draft guidelines that we're looking at, but DWR is still finalizing those regulations.
Any other comment?
Director Knight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right.
Very good, Michael Knight. Thank you.
We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. We have items 1 through 13 on the consent calendar. How does council wish to proceed? Are there any noted conflicts or anything else? Please do that now, but how does council wish to proceed?
I'd like to remove item 11 for discussion.
Okay. Item number 11 has been removed for discussion, which will go after item number 17 of scheduled matters. So do we have a recommendation for items 1 through 10, 12, and 13?
I want to make a motion to approve items 1 through 10, 12, and 13 on consent.
We have a motion
I'll second
and
that.
a second. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move on to the public hearings, starting with the first one, number 14.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 3 public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening. The first is to consider a public hearing and consideration of establishing new city water rates, and Mr. Knight will provide the staff report.
Thank you.
That was sewer rates, correct?
The sewer rates on number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, Mayor, members of council. This is a time and place to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed rate structure for City of Porterville sewer rates. At council's meeting on September 19th, the council approved setting a public hearing for November 21st, 2023, to conduct a protest hearing and consider a sewer rate increase. In accordance with the Proposition 218 legal requirements, the city must provide at a minimum a 45-day notice for a protest hearing on proposed rate fee increases. The city mailed notices of the public hearing out to the record owner of the property subject to the proposed rates, or the tenant directly liable for the payment of sewer service fees on September 29th, 2023. On October 6, 2023, an amended notice of public hearing was mailed, which included the 120-day statute of limitations for challenging any new increased or extended fee or charge from the effective date or the date of adoption, whichever is later. The city published a notice of public hearing in the Porterville Recorder on October 28th and once again on November 10th. In addition to the notice of public hearing was also uploaded to the city website on October 17th. The notice of public hearing provided the record owner of the property subject to the proposed rates or tenant directly liable for payment with instructions on how to file a protest against the proposed sewer rate. Each protest must be in writing, state opposition to the proposed sewer rate increase, provide the location of the owner's identified parcel by assessor's parcel number or by street address, include the original signature of the property owner or the customer of record submitting the protest. Only one written protest per parcel would be counted. At the conclusion of the public hearing, City Council will consider adopting the proposed sewer rate increases, which are outlined on the staff report in the attachment. At the close of the public hearing, written protests against the proposed sewer rate increases are submitted by majority of record owners of affected parcels and customers of record, 50% plus one. The city will not approve the proposed sewer rates if, at the close of the public hearing, written protests against the proposed sewer rate increases do not present the majority of record owners of affected parcels and customers of record. The City Council will be authorized to impose rate increases upon the amounts proposed. Carollo Engineers completed a sewer rate study in May of 2023.
The last time sewer rates were adjusted was in 2005. The sewer rate study's objective was to ensure that sewer revenues cover the cost of services, meet the debt coverage and reserve requirements, and provide revenue for capital improvements to the city's sanitary sewer system. In the rate study, Corolla engineers projected a substantial revenue shortfall as revenue under existing rates was insufficient. To address the revenue shortfall, a rate increase is required. To adequately cover operating and capital costs, debt payments, and debt service coverage. Also to adequately fund the sewer system so that it can be operated safely and provide residents and businesses with clean, safe, and reliable sewer services. Also to provide timely maintenance of existing facilities and upgrade the city's wastewater treatment facility to meet Title 22 disinfected tertiary recycled water standards to comply with sustainability efforts. During the council's study session on August 29th, staff and Corolla engineers presented the sewer rate study outlining 3 alternative sewer rate increases, which provided adequate revenue to address annual debt services, coverage issues, and provide the city with the financial capacity to address future operation and capital costs. The proposed sewer rates include 2 classes: residential customer class and non-residential customer class, with a variable water consumption-based usage charge. Council preferred the alternative was alternative 3, residential consolidation sewer rates. Under this alternative, single-family, multifamily, and trailer parks would fall under the residential customer class and represent a consolidation of sewer rates with a uniform monthly rate for all residential customers. Under the consolidation residential rate increase, a single-family bill will increase from $26.87 to $29.55, approximately $2.68. A typical multifamily trailer park bill will increase from $25.52 to $29.55, approximately $4.03 on January 1st, 2024. The consolidated residential rates will increase on July 1st, 2024 to $39.10, which is a $9.55 increase, and again on July 1st, 2025 to $42.40, which is a $3.30 increase, and on July 1st, 2026 to $46, which is a $3.60 increase, and on July 1st, 2027 to $49.90, which is a $3.90 increase, after which no further automatic adjustment would take place without a new notice and a public hearing according to Proposition 218. With that, staff's recommendation to City Council is to conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of increases to the rates for sewer services, receive any additional written protests, direct the city clerk to tally the protests and report the total, consider approval of the attached draft resolution if the tally does not exceed a majority protest as determined by the 218 process, and the count by the city clerk would be implement the draft resolution. And Mayor, I would ask that if anyone, other than the public comments are received, but if anyone has a protest to submit tonight, that they submit the sewer protest before the close of the public hearing so that it can be counted.
Thank you very much. And once again, this is on the sewer. This is what we're going to open up the public hearing very shortly. The other ones will come after. So it is 7:31, and I am going to open the public hearing for the sewer rates, for the city sewer rates. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and speak on this one, on the sewer rates?
Brock Neely, address on record. This is something that we've needed for years to try to maintain solvency of the solid waste or the sewer system so that we can do improvements and everything without eating into the general fund or into the reserves. But the other thing that we need to also consider at a later date is we need to do a 218 for parking back fees.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to come forth and speak to the sewer rates?
Okay, I just want to make a point again. I think we do need to raise the rates. The question is how much, and with all due respect, Mike, it's hard to, even with all the legalese, it'd be nice if there was a chart to kind of see what that looks like, because I can't imagine all those numbers all jump. I tried to keep up, I couldn't, but trying to understand what that number is. But I know that we were pulling from the general fund to supplement this for many years. And I'll echo the comments I had earlier about understanding how much we were pulling from the general fund and how this solves it, because explaining this to the people is really important, and the transparency on this is really important because we're making a big decision and it's multi-year. I would also suggest that unless we can explain this really well, I don't think we're going to get, 20,000 protest votes for the end of the hearing to offset this and say no from the public side. But we really do need to understand what this is more clearly, and there's a lot of people that aren't even aware that this is happening, let alone being informed about the protests. So just concerned about transparency and helping to communicate what the past was and why we're making this change and why it's so necessary now, and not just taking everybody's word for it. Really like to understand that better, and that was my position on this. And I think it would be really well thought out. I heard another comment this morning, if, as we've seen in Arroyo Grande and some of the other cities, that they've really clearly communicated what those things are so that you don't get the backlash from the public, because it violates the public trust when you do this. And it might all be legit, but if it's not explained properly, it erodes the trust. And without that transparency, I think, it really hurts the city and the perception of what we're doing, because I think we might be doing a good thing if we just take your word for it, but there are a lot of questions about it, and it hasn't been clearly communicated. So I think transparency is a very important piece of this.
Thank you. Is there anyone, please come forward.
I'll be fast. Josh Flowers. Again, something to take in consideration, because when we think about homes, right, that's a luxury. That's something that everybody has a lot of pride in, their property. A unique situation falls with one of my family members, is that they were able to be fortunate enough to buy a home when the last housing crash occurred. So they have a single-family residence. However, they live paycheck to paycheck, and they are on disability. I think, Don, you were mentioning somebody in your district the last time was having some same issues. They just took a decrease. They were at $925 a month, and now they're down to $800 and something a month. So I know $10 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's everything to some people. So it's tough to figure out how you guys are going to do this, because, I mean, it is easy just to kind of group them all over. Maybe they can't afford to own a home anymore. I mean, but every $10 makes a difference. And I know we're going to have one after another tonight, but that could add up to $30, $40, and that's 5-7% of their income. So something to think about. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth for the sewer rates?
Yeah, I find it interesting that for the sewer rates, we're talking about raw numbers of increase, like $2. It doesn't sound like much. That's like 12%. But then when we talk about the garbage, we're going to hear about percentages. And so it's interesting how that works to me. It goes back to the transparency thing. It goes back to how things just kind of seem convoluted. It reminds me back when we did the sales tax increase. The way it was sold was that it's only a 1% increase. Well, that's 1% on a dollar, but what it really was it was like a 12.5% tax increase on sales tax. So it's the way these things are communicated to people that, again, I want to please make sure that we do a better job of this, because you have to really dig into things, and you're not going to get 9,001 people protest on this, because there's not 9,001 people that are going to really understand with the way the information is being communicated.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak to the sewer rates? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, yeah.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask that this protest be submitted to staff. I'm going to close the public hearing on the sewer rates. If there are any protests that need to be handed to staff, please do so now for the sewer rates. And we will break for 5 minutes so that staff can tally the protests that they have received. And the public is invited to follow them, and they will give direction as to where they're going to meet in the conference room. Okay, but if you have any protests to be counted, please turn those in now. Si necesitan, hay en la audiencia persona que tiene pregunta en español? No? Okay. Then the public is invited. You'll open that door to go around. And they're going in the conference room. If you would like to go to where they are,
It's open.
it's open.
If anybody wants to watch the process, they're able to.
And it'll be 5 minutes.
Could you put the graph up of the?
We closed the public hearing already.
Yeah, just of the, so that way it's up on the screen for them. And then, yeah, so there's a lot of talk of transparency, so we could just show them what the numbers are, what we're doing.
be so easily resolved, but people don't want to resolve.
All right, we will resume.
They just want to keep fighting.
We will resume. And the protests have been counted, and
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
report is?
48.
Okay. 48 for the sewer. Okay. So that is a 35%. 0.35.
Amanda, could you make that larger, please?
Thank you. Okay. All right, council, you have been given the total number of protest votes with the percentage of 0.35. Direction? Go ahead.
Are you ready? You need me to make the first stab? I was like, doesn't matter.
One of you. Councilmember Beltran?
You know, I appreciate the public's feedback on this matter. You know, it's not one of the glorious parts of this position. Careful what you ask for in getting involved in stuff. If you go back and look at our YouTube videos for council meetings, I believe the study that was done, it was our longest meeting. We spent a lot of time, I think it was almost 9 hours, discussing this matter in particular. Was probably 2 of those hours. Given that we had a third-party consultant evaluate the expenses, the history, you know, updated mandate or, you know, requirements for the sewer plant, and probably some, I don't know when the last time a major, I don't say retrofitting was done at the treatment plant, but I'm sure that's going to be needed at some point. I think it was maybe 19 years ago, I think was the last time. So imagine how inefficient maybe some of that equipment might be, or updates that might need to occur. I don't think this is a matter of if we are or aren't, it's how do we do it. I don't know how many hours I spent on this myself. Every time we get this on our agenda, there's a lot of graphs, a lot of reports. I'll just show right here. I mean, it's broken down into copy machines, salaries, vehicles, lab testing. I mean, there's so much. You talk about being transparent. I mean, I had to use a magnifying glass. As I'm getting older, my eyes aren't so good. So I actually have a magnifying glass just to read all these numbers they're trying to crunch on these pages for us. I do understand that the public needs, you know, to feel that everything is on the up and up, and I don't know how more transparent, you know, staff's been great about giving us all these resources. I know personally, friends and family, coworkers, when I'm sitting there working on stuff or they're asking me how things are going, I'm able to spend half an hour or so and explain kind of the predicament we're in. I was curious, one thing, talking about people that, you know, this would be a significant impact for them, because later on in this agenda, this isn't just about sewer. We're also talking about trash and water. So it's not a one-off, it's a trifecta. You know, unfortunately, past issues, we can't discuss those anymore. We weren't around. This is what we're dealt with now. We can kick it down the road, but I don't want to do that to the next council or to the citizens. But is there, I know with Edison and PG&E, there are resources that they can apply for. I believe it's called CARE. They help with the utility costs. Is there one for sewer rates, or is there some agency that maybe low income or fixed income can contact to maybe help?
So as a governmental entity, as opposed to a private, you can't, but there are programs available, utility assistance is available through Proteus, through CSED, various utility programs for those that are income qualified.
So like Proteus and CSET, so people that may be in that criteria for lower income or age eligible,
Correct.
they can maybe contact, or maybe that's something that we can also share Mm-hmm. on our
And we have
websites or something
information
like
here
that
this evening
to,
that we can share.
that they can contact those? Okay. That's really all I wanted to say as far as a public statement. You know, I know it would be great if we can go to everybody's home and spend some time and discuss this. I hope for those who know me and voted for me know that I did my due diligence. My number one strength is a learner, and I try to figure out all the different avenues, as we discussed in our previous meeting. There's kind of three kind of options of how to do this, and I think we all just kind of came to our own conclusion that some way there's going to be a rate increase. But I just want to share, I do understand that frustration sometimes with maybe not getting the right information, or you missed the meeting. I hope that you trust but verify, I guess, in a way, that that's what you guys are holding us accountable to. And I'm trying to keep to that standard as well. So, but I just appreciate your guys' feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock? Councilmember Meister?
I must admit, 13,800 purveyors, and we only got 48, so it makes me wonder how good our messaging was. Was it too strong in legal wording? At the same time, I didn't protest this. Director Knight, just to help bring transparency, we're suggesting an 88% increase, is that correct? Over 5 years. And so I just did rough numbers, showing our enterprise brings in a year currently around $4,471,000. Just these numbers, and I rounded up to $27. I know right now we're charging $26.87 for a single-family resident. But over the 5 years, the rate increase is going to go to $8,280,000. These are rough numbers. I know Councilmember Beltran kind of hint on some of the things, but could you talk to some of the benefits of this rate increase? Is that?
I mean, essentially, what and it even brings it out in the staff report. I mean, you have aged infrastructure that requires improvement. You have a plant that was designed in phases, and a portion of that was from '54. So there is requirements for denitrification. Denitrification on the discharge of our effluent, just that project alone is over $60 million. And we've applied and asked for extensions to that, knowing that this rate increase doesn't take full, put the weight of those projects on the ratepayer. This rate increase essentially provides enough debt coverage to present the option for the city to go and apply for bonds, to be able to go and get funding, secure funding for these projects. $60 million on the back of the ratepayer would be a tremendous impact to our community. So these rates are just to supply the operating budget, do the maintenance improvements, move towards compliance on regulations, and present us with the option to be able to seek funding to complete these larger projects.
I wasn't exactly aware that the goal was to pursue bonds. And you might have said it, I just maybe not have comprehended it. Another question I have is on septic tanks per 1,000 gallons. Can you go into detail on why the rate increase is more than the 88%? And just for that transparency, because I received a phone call about it, and there are residents that are still on septic in our community. And so if you could just go into detail on that.
Yeah, so I mean, as we talk about septic users in the community, you can also talk about CV salts and the amount of money the city is spending to get customers off of septic tank. We just did about 14 miles of sewer pipe at the cost of $14 million to do that, to get customers onto city sewer. The reason for the increase to the rate is it's a cost of service. So everything we do is a cost of service, and it's a calculation based off of BOD and TSS, which is an issue with the treating of the water. So it's, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, all those impacts that come to the city. And when those septic tank haulers bring that material to the city to treat, it's an impact to our wastewater plant. And so it creates, burdens on the plant, slows the plant down, creates upsets, creates challenges on maintenance. So the whole basis of those rates is off of cost of service. And the estimated impact of those flows are a greater cost to treat, and that's why the rate went up by that.
Now, I'm going to try to pry this. So also because our prices were so low, were there contractors, I don't want to say abusing our system, but coming to Porterville from outside of the city to utilize our sewage?
Oh, absolutely. We were taking septic haulers from Visalia. So they were not dumping in Visalia, they were coming from out of town to get the cheaper rate at the city of Porterville's cost.
And that was one of the reasons why we pushed for a higher rate, kind of to equal our sister cities.
I think that's a result of what happens with the rate. I don't think that was the purpose of the increased rate. I think the purpose of the rate was to recover the cost of service for treating that material.
And another thing is, if you look at a regular rate paying someone that's on sewage, and you multiply the cost that they pay every month by a year, because a septic tank, you're cleaning once a year, right? I don't know how often septic tanks get serviced, but I imagine once a year, twice, once every 2 years. I don't know how often, but if you compare it, really, it's a fair price. Developing question as we're going here, what, if you weren't pursuing bonds, what kind of percentage increase would you need to stay in the black?
So basically, the rate doesn't increase to pursue bonds. We have to ensure a debt coverage. So just our normal operation, days of service, if we were to lose all revenue, how many days could we operate? And I apologize, I don't have that graph that we reviewed during the study session and then the subsequent meeting to review that on hand to speak to that in complete detail. But the bonds itself does not necessarily drive the cost up. The essential is to have a 1.2 to a 1.5 debt ratio coverage, so that should the city want to apply for either a low-interest loan through the state or a revenue bond, then we would qualify for those options.
We'd have the extra revenue.
We would show that we could pay our bills to then take on debt.
Director Knight, you are a professional, and I thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
We heard the comments from the public at the podium. I think for the sewer rates at the end of the 5th year, it's about a $13 per month bump, which to a lot of people is a lot of money. A little is a lot to some. And I appreciated hearing that tonight. Again, the flyers, I know that Eastern Thule GSA, they issued a rate increase for Tier 1 water, and it was a little bit small. We talked about like a postcard with larger font, and I know we've had discussions here at the city to change the way we communicate this type of information to the public. So the momentum is gaining speed, so those comments tonight about that was heard. I think it should be even a font size almost, a certain font size to clearly communicate and get the information out there. The fine print, it was challenging. I asked my mother-in-law if she would read our flyer that came in our monthly bill, and she's of German descent. She learned English, and she's 93 years old. And because I asked, she did. But what I mean by that is she's interested. And I asked her when she was done this afternoon, does she think that we should have these rate increases? And she said no. And she doesn't even pay the bill. but she came up through World War II with the Allies bombing in Germany, and she saw neighboring houses get bombed and friends killed. And she knows what it's like to live in a pinch. I talked to a neighbor, and they just said, no, we shouldn't. And then they didn't want to listen to the benefits of why this is even proposed in the first place, and the need that we have as a community. And I know, and I've said this before from here, from up here, that I appreciate our city services. I appreciate hearing that garbage truck on Wednesday morning, and on Monday morning, and on Friday morning. But I'm looking forward to not hearing it if a battery alternative is reliable with some kind of guarantee that, I know I'm getting off topic here, but there's an opportunity that we have here today to position our city for the next 30 or 40 years. And how we go about that with bonds or whatever, Mr. Lawless, you and I, we've talked about maybe the developers have to pay their own way through a Mello-Roos bond where that section, if you want to buy a house there, you pay that Mello-Roos bond off. The expansion of services in the city on the back of our current citizens for future development, and then these developers' prices maybe being lower than our competitors or competing cities, is just wrong. So I think we did hear that we need to look at our rates that we charge these developers for their projects. And we do want new housing. We need it here, and we don't want people moving next doors. I did ask, I think at the last council meeting, maybe it was a couple ago, about this vote tally and the number of parcels. And I actually got an email from someone as well about this. And wouldn't it be nice if it only took 48 people to say that's a no, and not half plus one? So I don't know if we have an answer to this question. Does this Prop 218 require it to be half of the parcel owners plus one? Is that a requirement for the city to take the next steps, or is there an alternative available for us?
That's the requirement under Prop 218.
So with the notifications, it's for.
So the Prop 218 for the vast majority, there's requirements for taxes, there's requirements for assessments, there's requirements for fees, and then there's finally at sort of the bottom of it the requirements for utility fees. And the utility fee protest procedure is calculatedly by the legislation made to be very difficult because they don't want a situation where you aren't able to pay for the services that you're expected to provide. I mean, that's so those vital services are actually exempted from the election requirements that are more that you see with assessments, with assessment districts and what you see with taxes.
Were we able, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Were we able to determine what districts turned in these protest letters? If they were from a district like our District 4, where there might be a little higher level of income? I mean, the median income, and this goes to all three of these rate increases, our median income in this town through 2021 was $48,000. You take out a 12% income tax or whatever, and you start deducting housing costs and things like that, you're right, a few dollars does make a difference to some of our people. So I was just curious, do we know what, we have their addresses, but we don't know tonight what district they were from, correct? Because I, like you, Councilmember Meister, I didn't turn in a protest one, even though I wrote one down on a little piece of paper here thinking about turning one in.
That's correct. We can provide that for you, but we did not enter the addresses in the count.
Okay, and then also to Councilmember Beltran's comment, Director Knight, your reports are spot on. Your knowledge is so thorough. You give us a great analysis of this. And I saw that, like a printer or whatever we're going to be buying here with this additional monies that will be coming in will be well spent. And the public's available to attend any kind of audit committee meetings. I think we have those, quarterly, monthly? Monthly, yeah, and they're noticed, they're fully noticed. So with these reports, I really appreciate that, but I think I asked last time, our revenues didn't keep up with our costs. Do we know what 6 or 7 or 8 areas where our costs just really exceeded what our revenue projections were? Is it like retirement funding that we have to cover for those team members, those city employees?
Essentially,
I'm putting you on the spot, I'm sorry.
too late, I'm here.
Stand up, no.
Well, essentially, to look at these services, you have a number of areas within these enterprise funds. So you have depreciation of equipment to be able to replace equipment. You have projects that are funded, so whether it be rehab of an anaerobic digester, whether it be a repair on the bar screen. So there's a number of things in there. Now, what happens is you have to prioritize how you're spending your money. So you may have to push equipment off from being replaced. So when we do that and we create a deficit and we may cover the operation for that fiscal year, the loss is still there. Whether it's made apparent through what's going on, you have regulation coming. You have projects that are planned in design. You have a number of these issues. So if you don't have the capital to be able to cover those, there's going to be a deficit felt somewhere, whether it be you end up with no service trucks to be able to respond to a sewer issue, or whether you're not able to adequately repair the headworks at the plant. I mean, I don't want to go to dramatic conditions, but that's it. I mean, the operation, you prioritize and maintain a level of operation.
As we can fund.
But there is a deficit that's felt throughout that.
Thank you. Then just a random question. A tenant whose sewer might be paid for their landlord, the landlord may pass that cost onto the tenant, or they may not. It just depends, or they might pay part of it. It's just a thought. Is there any restraint on property owners that have like multiple apartments for not gouging, and billing for more than what their true cost is?
Well, yeah, because we don't have, so we don't have rent control in our city.
Capitalism, right?
Yeah, but, yeah, rent is driven by the market, and at least with regard to the private, the private rental, housing market, landlords are free to decide how they want to make, charge their rent and their costs.
I did stop at the window before I came into council chambers, before it closed tonight, and there's also they don't have a list of different places they can call for help paying a utility bill. But they did mention one that I didn't hear, which was Porterville Area Coordinating Council. I do not know if that's true or not, but that might be another place where they could go for some help. I guess my last thing is, and Councilmember Meister, I really appreciate you talking about the out-of-town haulers bringing in sewage from out of town. When they get here, do we check them now, and do they have a different rate that they're paying? Mr. Knight, would you know that if they're hauling items from out of town? Do we know, and do we charge them a higher fee? Because there's probably should be a change to the way that happens. I don't want our residents, paying, an offset for that hauler to bring it in here.
Well, the purpose of the 218 is to set a rate. We do not have the ability to charge haulers different amounts from the area that they're bringing their material. So the rate is a flat rate, depending on, where they come from. We don't have a rate set on whether or not the material is from Visalia or Farmersville.
So if we did, the state could sue us? Or maybe we could get some lobbyists to, I don't know, I mean, we're talking about pennies, but what's happening is if our treatment center is costing us more to repair because it's impacted by these other haulers from outside, and our people are having to pay for that, that just doesn't seem right fair, but I know
I just go back to the original statement, it's a cost of service. So whether it's the same material being transported from Visalia or the same like material with the same composition being treated from Porterville, it's still a cost of service, and we don't have the ability to change that rate based off of where it comes from.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Just a couple things. I agree with Councilmember Beltran. This is not one of our favorite type of items to go over and vote on. But I do think that because of that, we take a lot of time and information over the past couple months, not just tonight, to take it in and review and read and ask questions. So I just want to address a couple of things on transparency. So we did have an extensive study session on this item. Let me move this a little bit closer. And then a meeting on 9/18. So the items that we get with all this information, there's charts, graphs, comparisons, they're all in the packet that are available to the public. So tonight, this packet is 410 pages. It does have a lot of graphs and information that was talked about this evening. I know just as we went on break, Councilmember Meister asked for the graph to be put up, and that one was pretty simple. It has it's broken down by year and rates so that you could kind of get a view of it at a glance. And I think those are helpful because you get to see what's going to happen over the upcoming years. So what we had to review, which I thought was helpful, was different scenarios of how we would get to a point and if we would be out of the red or not out of the red and how long it would take us to get there. And that's what we used to make a decision to try to find one of those that would have the least impact on our community. And I think some of the things that helped us are looking at those scenarios, but also the comparison rates of the neighboring cities, seeing that Porterville has been one of the lowest and there hasn't been a rate increase. Those are things that we used. And then the other thing is the notices. I understand if it is pretty long, but I think in speaking of transparency, I would hate to give the community less because it's easier to read, because I would want them to know the rights, the need, the proposed amounts, and then the chart on the bottom that gives that breakdown. So, but definitely we will always take into consideration about trying to make things easier to read and take in for all of our community. With that, just as the staff report said, we had to give the 45-day notices. Those notices were mailed. I know we received them in our utility bills. It was in the recorder 2 times. It's on the city website. It's on various social media sites, and I know that those social media sites can collect data of how many people reviewed and viewed those items and shared. So, if there's something that's being missed, I'm sure the staff, like they always do, try to pick that up and get that out there for better information. But I think that our biggest concern is not taking funds from the general fund. Eventually, that will go back and hurt our community and our city from other necessary projects that we have. So that I think those are my only comments. And then also just to review it for more information, if there's interest, the YouTube videos of the meetings that we had prior, and then the packets, if you have an interest in that, just knowing that they're available to the public as well.
Thank you. This item is not something that we all really want to be eager to have a conversation and communication. However, I'm going to echo the sentiment to Councilmember Beltran's words and what the Vice Mayor has shared. We had an extensive meeting. Everything is recorded. It's all public information. Even when the notices were sent out, that's the first thing when we got the notice. I looked, I read, and it had the information with the phone number as to who to call, who to reach out to. Maybe some don't have access to electronic communication. Some people don't go on to the city website. It's all posted. It's all posted for every meeting with all the attachments. I heard Councilmember Wyra indicate our district. Well, we each represent separate districts. Some are more stressed than others. And I am also one that did not fill out a protest. And in my district, it is a stressed community. So I don't know how many did, how many didn't. And I actually got a phone call, but it wasn't from my district. It was from another district, and it was concerned because they were on a fixed income. And once again, when you hear, nobody wants to have rate increases. I understand that. And it's a situation where we need to look at it now, because if it's put on again in the future, those rates are going to be even higher. I'm really sensitive because I want to thank you. I actually want to say thank you to those that pleaded about information not being shared, communication. I want to say it was shared. And I want to say to call the numbers that are available to you. Look on the website. Some of us use technology, some of us have paper packets. But it's all there. We receive the same information that you do. It's public information. I don't know how council feels, but I really do appreciate all the comments made by my colleagues on the dais. It is important that you hear what each and everybody says. I'm going to bring it back to what we have before us. And I'm going to ask council, in which direction do you wish to go? We've conducted the public hearing. We've received the written protest. We've directed the city clerk to tally the votes.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to point out, in the review of things, there was a slight typo in the first column for 2324. Just want to make that note. It's supposed to be 2955.
2955 on the memo, but it's correct on the resolution.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I saw
don't-
that. I saw the dollar amount.
So just for the record, it's going to be adjusted down
Yeah,
Okay,
to
from 95 to
29.55.
55. Just want to make that note before council took
okay.
action.
Okay, council, I'm going to bring it back to you. In which direction do you wish to proceed?
Can I just make, so with the 88% increase, now I'm going back to, and we don't have the graphs in front of us, but what if we stuck around a 50% increase? And then in 5 years, we looked at another rate increase? And then my second question on this too is it too late to do a letter that, what bothers me is we only got 48 protests, and so it makes me feel like maybe people don't know. And so what if we did a letter, and I kind of brought it up last council meeting, where we did a letter where they can mail it back if they want to protest this rate increase. Is it too late in the 218 process to legally do that? Because I know there's like a 45.
Yeah, we'd have to
day
do, I
window.
mean, we basically have to do another notice.
We'd have to redo the 218 process. Okay. And then my question about a 50% increase. That was never even on the graph, huh?
No.
And then Councilmember Wyrock just made a great point of, where are the protests coming from? I'm interested now. Is it all in District 4? Is it,
Let me correct you, my District 4, yes.
no, and my point,
It's one community, so I will never say my District 4. It is our District 4, and I happen to be not elected, so this isn't a political game for me. Some people were elected on an agenda, and I'm not playing that game. I'm not. So, and I don't mean any disrespect, Councilmember, and I appreciate
my,
you asking, but I just wanted to be clear on that.
my point with your district is it's more of a wealthy, newer home, and so you're going to have people that usually are paying a little more attention to what's going on, and that's my point making. No, nothing with politics.
My next door neighbor said no, and it's a nice house, and they both have jobs. drive new cars.
Did they put a protest
No, they
in?
did not. But they knew about the opportunity, so they knew how to do it. They read their mail.
So it just wasn't enough to make a move?
I want to make a brief statement on that. This last national election here in California, everybody was mailed a ballot to their mailbox. Less than 50% of people voted. So I'm not sure that would even make a difference, and that was a national election.
That's true. And then with the recent tax increase too for the sales tax, I mean, we had plenty of people that voted. Mr. Laws, do you know what the number of people that voted to support the increased sales tax?
Didn't it have to be 2/3?
No. No, it was more than 50%, but it,
But it's just of those voting,
it-
so it can be a low, you know.
I don't remember, I just remember it was 65% for, 35% against.
I guess it's just a lack of involvement with the community, but I wonder when they see these rate increases, that's when they're going to give us the calls and say, hey.
And you know, the comments from at the diet, or not the dais, but from the podium are solid, you know, to increase the font size, the mailers, self-addressed, stamped, envelope, whatever. You could maybe make it a little easier on everybody. But then, if everybody said no, who wants to pay more? I know I don't want to pay $3 for a cup of Starbucks. I pay $2.75 now, and I think I'm an idiot. But, you know, then we're not going to get any increases in revenue. Not that we want to pull a hood over people's eyes. Pardon me.
All right,
If no one else has a comment, I want to make a brief statement, then I'll make a motion.
please do.
Rate increases. One of the options here is 25%. And I appreciate Director Knight bringing this to our attention and for the public. If we don't get the reserve up, when we have major projects that are probably going to be needed, and we are not going to qualify for bonds or anything to pay for these things. It's just going to put some of these projects out further and further and further. We hear the criticisms about some of the roads and infrastructure. So we can raise these rates a lot slower so the impact isn't felt. But then in 10 or 15 years, these projects are just going to be put further and further out. And I'm like, it's not a matter of that we want to do this. It's what's the long-term outlook for our community and the quality of services that they're expecting from us. I'd hate to get calls because we didn't raise increases enough that there's a backup or there's not enough vehicles or employees or something to do the service that the citizens require. And now they're complaining about the service they're getting. So we really aren't in a win situation. It's just a matter of us representing those who elected us to make the best decision for us. I'll get off my soapbox, sorry. With that, I'll make a motion to accept, I believe it's the, what are we calling that first one? Sorry, I have so many notes here. Yeah, go with the staff recommendation for the sewer recommendation. It's of the, I'm trying to remember what it's called, though.
The resolution.
Oh, we don't have the resolution number on it. Okay. Okay. Concerning the sewer rate
Concerning sewer
increase
rates through
in
and including.
2024
yeah, you got it.
through 2027, 2028.
Yep.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes 3-2. Thank you. We will now move on to the next public hearing, item number 15 for the solid waste.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order, second public hearing scheduled for this evening is to consider a public hearing and consideration of establishing new solid waste rates. And again, Mr. Knight will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. This is a time and place to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed rate structure for the City of Porterville solid waste rates. At council's meeting on September 19th, 2023, the council approved setting a public hearing for November 21st, 2023, to conduct the protest hearing and consider a solid waste rate increase. In accordance with Proposition 218 legal requirements, the city must provide at a minimum of 45-day notice for the protest hearing and proposed fee increases. The city mailed public notice out to all record owners of property subject to the proposed rates, or the tenant directly liable for the payment and solid waste services fees on September 29th, 2023. On October 6, 2023, an amended notice of public hearing was mailed out, which included 120-day statute of limitations for challenging any new, increased, or extended fee or change from the executive date of that date adopted, whichever is later. The city published a notice of public hearing in the Porterville Recorder on October 28, 2023, and November 10th, 2023. In addition, the notice of public hearing was uploaded to the city website. The notice of public hearing provided the record owner of the property subject to the proposed rates or tenant directly liable for payment with the instructions of how to file a protest against the proposed sewer rate increase. Each protest must be in writing, state opposition to the proposed rate increase, provide the location of the owner's identified parcel by assessor's number or street address, include the original signature of the property owner or customer of record submitting the protest. Only one written protest per parcel would be counted. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider adopting the proposed rate increases, which are outlined on the attachment in the staff report. At the close of the public hearing, written protests against the proposed rate increases are submitted by the majority of record owners of affected parcels and customers of record 50% plus one. The city will not approve the proposed rates. If at the close of the public hearing, written protests against the proposed rate increases do not present the majority of record owners of affected parcels and customers of record, the City Council will be authorized to impose rate increases up to the amount proposed. The city is committed to providing high-quality, reliable solid waste service at the lowest possible rate for its residents. City's residential rates, which are among the lowest, if not the lowest in the region, have not been increased since 2006. Since that time, costs have increased significantly due to both inflation and the need for the city to respond to new solid waste management regulations, including but not limited to AB 341, mandatory commercial recycling. In addition, AB 1826, mandatory commercial organics recycling. Also, SB 1383, which establishes more comprehensive mandatory residential and commercial recycling and organics recovery. It is critically important for the city to continually maintain, repair, and improve the assets it holds and keep pace with ever-increasing operating costs and regulations. The City Public Works Refuse Division is projecting a substantial revenue shortfall resulting from the lack of rate increases over the past 17 years, and the reduction in recycled revenue due to international countries restricting the receipt of recycled materials. To address the revenue shortfall, a rate increase is necessary. In addition, the city needs to replace a significant number of its refuse vehicles, upgrade its recyclable materials and green waste transfer station, and make improvements to both its administration and maintenance facilities. Furthermore, the city needs to initiate residential organic collection services to all residential accounts, commercial accounts, and organic waste collection services with a comprehensive review of all accounts. This will require additional vehicles and drivers, as well as administrative staff and analytical support staff to manage the city's compliance with SB 1383 and support the operation of the city's solid waste services that are in line with industry standards for safety, customer service, operational compliance, and operational performance. During its study session on August 29th, Council was presented a recommendation for a 50% increase initially to be effective January 1, 2024. 50% increase would result in $8.93 increase, followed by a 5% increase subsequent year, which would result in $1.33 increase. July 24th would be another 5%, July 1st of 2024, another 5% increase would go into effect the following subsequent year, resulting in $1.42. And then into the final year would be an overall total percentage of 82% at a total dollar amount of $14.70. After the 5-year, no further automatic adjustments would take place without a new notice and public hearing pursuant to the proposition of 218. With that, staff's recommendation is that council can conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of the increase to the rates for solid waste service, receive any additional written protest, direct the city clerk to tally the protests and report the total, consider approval of the attached draft resolution if the tally does not exceed a majority protest determined by the Proposition 218, and count by the city clerk. Happy to answer any questions at staff's report.
Thank you. All right. It is 8:31. I'm going to open up the public hearing for the new solid waste rates. Is there anyone that would like to come forth? Please do so.
Brock Neely, address on record. Once again, it's one of those things that if we want to have first-class solid waste services and not third-world services where it's piled up in the corners, we do have to raise the rates. Everything is going up around us, including, gasoline prices, diesel prices, prices of vehicles, everything. So this needs to go up too. But the one thing to consider is the price that we were getting for our recyclables ended when the previous administration pissed the Chinese government off and they told us, take your own solid waste and do something with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, whatever happens in national politics, we still have to operate here locally. So let's pay attention to that $5 million. And I would say, you guys, I learned a little bit tonight, but I'd like to make a statement. We have not made a move in 17 years. I came before you and talked about the Lombardi-Brookside issue. That's a 17-year-old issue. What we have to have here is some candor. I think the rate's got to go up. We can discuss that rate. It's pretty darn high, 88% or 50, whatever it is. I'm trying to figure it out. But we have to take stock that for 17 years, we have not taken action on this issue. Now it's falling on you. I love the candor of the gentleman over here, Ray Beltran, saying, hey, we got to do this, but we also got to say, look, the past 17 years, the council flubbed up. The city hasn't been managing this right. That's the candor. That's the transparency that the people want to hear. They'll accept that. I'm going to make up for it now because, look, we haven't been doing this right for a while. Let's reset. Let's communicate that. That's the transparency context that I'm talking about. And I learned a lot thinking about some of these things tonight, but you could make a rate discretion for senior citizens. You're the government. You're the body. You could decide in these rates that some people in our city on a fixed income that are a senior citizen pay a different rate. You could decide that. You don't have to go to an outside entity to do that. You have that power. I think we could explain better, the past to help understand why we have to take these steps now. And I think we could also question some of these compliance things. When did compliance become the number one thing we have to do? We used to manage things based on need, not compliance. Now, I hear things like 80s infrastructure. Does that mean we've got a 40-year issue of not planning ahead? Maybe. But it also might mean that there's some things there that got to get done. Let's explain that. That's the transparency that the people want to hear. Spending $14 million to get more people onto the city sewer, it saves some things. That's an investment. You guys now have ratepayers, and you're going to raise their rate to 88%. You're going to have ratepayers that pay that $14 million back plus. I really am animated about this, as are many in the city. I just want to express that.
Thank you.
you know, again, I appreciate all that you all are doing, and this isn't an easy thing, and you know, Councilman Beltran, you're right. Maybe if we made it really simple for people to understand, still maybe some people would just not, you know, engage, and that's the truth. And if anybody understands that, I do. I'm a math teacher, okay? I try to sell a product every day to people who don't want to buy it, but by law, they're forced to do so, right? And so it's a challenging thing, but I do take exception, with all due respect, Madam Mayor, to say that the information's there is correct. But I can also say, you know, using again the math idea, I could tell students that you're going to understand the relationship between numbers and quantities connect counting to cardinality. And I'm giving them the information. But what am I really saying? I'm saying you're going to count to tell the number of objects. You're going to count stuff. What we're doing is we're giving them the wordy version of the information, and we're not really informing the people of what's going on. And that is what I mean by transparency. It's not that we're hiding information. It's not that we're not putting it out there. It's not that we're not giving them 400 pages of stuff and graphs, which, by the way, most of the people don't know how to read the graphs because we have, you know, again, it's a math thing. But can we try, are there things we can do via social media, via, I mean, like, again, I gave an example of a community that's here in California that is a very small community. So it's not like they have a bunch of staff to them. I'm sure our staff outweighs them, you know, 10 to 1. It's very simple to read the Facebook post and saying, here's what we're going to be talking about. If you know, we want you to be informed. We want you to do this. And it's not just this big wordy mess. And that's what I feel like we're kind of dealing with right now. Again, I get the rates have to go up. And I'll you know, echo Mr. McCurvey. If that's 17 years, that's not something that makes me feel necessarily very comfortable that we haven't done anything about this in 17 years. I would expect rates to go up from time to time. But 82% in 5 years? I mean, it's almost, I mean, that feels like a fundraiser to me. So I think we just need to, perception is reality, and it doesn't look good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Luis Deloyo. I live at 259 North Matthew Street. And I do get it. I know that everything has to go up. Once again, inflation is up. But the thing that you guys are doing is you're putting a lot of increase in a very short amount of time. Why don't you just go slowly to reach to your goal, okay? Also for, especially for the waste, I know what a lot of people are gonna do. I've been talking to a lot of people in my community. By the way, I'm a teacher. I teach at Proteus, and I'm a high school teacher. And I do a lot of, how can I say this? A lot of community service where I speak with people. And most of them will say, yeah, we get it. We need to have an increase on services. But the problem is, I think it's a lot in a very small amount of time. Okay? So my suggestion to you guys, because I don't want to have your job to have to make all these decisions, but my suggestion to you is just go slow. In that same amount of time, reach that increase that you want to have, but in a very slow intervals so that we can reach right there. Because once again, there's a lot of people with a fixed income. I don't know who does the test, the studies, but most of our neighbors are farm workers, okay? And they go pay to paycheck. And all that amount is gonna take a lot of their, how can I say this? They're gonna have to choose between buying food, paying bills, and I don't wanna see that in my community. My suggestion is just take it slow. We know we need to increase our taxes, and I think that everyone in our city, they will agree that, you know, some things will have to go up, but not so much in a very small amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so on the solid waste. Do we have anyone? Oh, please come forward. Did he want? Okay. Claudia will be interpreting for him to the English.
Buenas noches
Buenas noches.
a todos. Pues la,
Good evening, everyone.
pues la razón que yo estoy aquí
I'm here for the reason
es que porque no estoy de acuerdo con que incrementen los costos de las utilidades como el agua y la basura.
because I'm here is because I'm not in favor of the increments to the water and sewer increases.
Su nombre y su domicilio.
Tomás Ensaldo, 1740 North Beverly Street, Porterville, California, 93257.
1750?
40.
So 1740 North Beverly Street and
Thank you.
Tomás Belsaldo? Tomás Belsaldo. Here in
Thank you.
Porterville. Sorry, that was fast.
Mis incrementos para mantener mi familia es muy poco. Se me hace difícil cubrir todos sus gastos.
My earnings to sustain my family are very low, and the expenses are high.
Muchas personas están en mi situación, en mi área, y pues y yo pienso que no deberían de aumentar tanto las utilidades.
So a lot of people in my area are in this situation, and I think that you shouldn't raise the rates so much high for the utilities.
Yo creo que eso ya sería todo.
And that would be all.
Gracias. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth on the solid waste rates? Please do so.
Good evening. Joe Rosales. I'm on property 774 East Putnam. And I see the possibility of the increase in rates, but I'm trying to weigh it in of the number of people, residents, that are going to leave because they're not going to be able to pay, do I pay this, or do I pay for my medicine, or do I pay for my rent? And what's going to happen, I don't know what the percentage is right now that people are leaving this city or in this county, but you can go ahead and kind of figure out, okay, if we increase all these rates, what's going to be the impact for this city? And then it's going to be a subtraction, okay. How are we going to address those issues then? So just something to be aware of. And I'm with my friend there. I am a teacher also, and I like to put things in simple equations. What is the final cost to get rid of this product? What does it cost to do that? It's a basic balance of mathematics, saying, okay, it costs this to dispose of this. In fact, how do we dispose of waste, which is something that maybe a YouTube within the city could benefit from. I myself was looking at my brains here, and I was going through the city council's notes. I'm not a tech wizard, but I found my way there. I consider myself a very educated man, and some of the stuff is pretty complex. And yeah, you guys need to pay a raise too. It's just, we have a lot of problems we need to fix, and I think we just can't do it in just one setting. I think we need to generate some more ideas on how to work with our problems. Real quick, I was just thinking of, we have a lot of vets that are here, and the Navy had what they call reserves. Why not put some of these guys to work on pumps, machinery, welding at a lower cost for them? Just an idea.
Thank you very much. Is there someone else that would like to come forth on solid waste rates? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
We don't? Okay, it is 8:45. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask you to please turn in your tallies for the solid waste rates to staff. Your protest, the word, I forgot to include that. And then we will, once again, it'll be 5 minutes so that they can count the tallies, and you're more than welcome to go into the conference room as they're counting. We're going to do 5 minutes. It's 8:46, we'll do 5 minutes. Okay. We have conducted the public hearing. We have asked for the written protest, and I'm going to ask what the tally is from our city clerk.
The count is 69.
69. Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to bring it to council, now that you have gotten the total number of protests for the refuse rate, for the solid waste. Councilmember Meister? Go ahead, I heard you say you'll go first. No, go ahead.
Do you want to go first?
No. I heard,
I
please.
just, there were some comments about management, staff. Staff has brought this before the council, was it 10 years ago? Can you correct me on that, or 7 years ago?
Bought it a number of times. We've amended the contract with Peña a number of times dealing with the recycling issue.
So I hate to try to put it all on staff more than it's been this body that has voted it down. For myself, I disagreed with the 82% in discussion. I put forth a scenario of 57%. That's what I voted, or what I wanted. I voted no originally. It's still where I stand. Director Knight, just to bring transparency to the folks that are here tonight, currently we're charging around $3,500,000 a year in fees. It's going to go up over 5 years to $6,300,000. What are going to be the benefits? Just if you could give a quick briefing on that.
So I don't know as to say benefit. I mean, we're going to continue to be able to serve the community and provide reliable trash service. We are making evaluations to be more efficient. There's implementations of equipment that's required for that. There is the ability for to evaluate service. Like, so with the last review, there's been a number of community members that's asked for same-day service. They've asked for us to evaluate 2-day service. Currently, the city services are a 3-day service. So with the rate increase, we can do additional evaluations, implement technology within our trucks to be able to lessen the frequency on residential streets, and that's what we will need to evaluate. But that's, you know, we have to have the revenue to be able to do those activities. And then to also meet compliance. I mean, I know the word compliance isn't a favor of folks, but the reality is the state has implemented regulations that we're required to follow. We, quite honestly, a number of agencies didn't believe that those regulations would ever pass legislation. However, they have passed, and they've gotten more stringent. And the challenges with recycling, quite honestly, there's no market for it. So we're having to be creative. We're having to increase our communication with our residents. There's a number of efforts on our part that just costs more for us to do that. So by doing that, we'll have a better communication with our customers and help them do a better job with recycling and for the environment, but also be in compliance with the state regulatory items that we're required to follow. Now, those regulatory items force agencies to participate in food donations, right? So it's going to go to help. It's going to go to help agencies that are feeding individuals. So there is some process in that results in a positive outcome in the community, as well as making a safe process and providing service to our residents as well.
Well, and just to hit on some of the regulations, like the green waste side.
Correct.
That is a new fee that is going to be acquired through legislature, but that's falling on us that we're going to have to pick up. That's a new cost for you. And then another factor I was hoping you'd hit on is just the fact of our local dump closing and the cost of hauling trash, waste, is going to maybe double in fuel price.
Or it'll definitely increase the mileage traveled to be able to dispose of waste. So the landfill is currently operating at a minimum capacity at Teapot, but it's scheduled to close anytime, which will increase our travel times to Woodville.
And another statement that was an oral communication earlier, the first oral communication was comments on, going EV, electric vehicles, or to the CNG that we use today. And we're not necessarily going down the path of electric vehicles. There's all the other options as well. And for staff to bring to council to make a final decision, but either way, that's going to be more cost in the long run. Can you talk about that a little as well?
No, absolutely. So we do operate some diesel vehicles. Majority of our fleet is CNG. Now, when you talk about deferring the rate increase, so the way this rate increase was deferred for so many years was we were able to utilize grant funds, CDBG funds, to be able to purchase CNG vehicles. So we only paid 20% on a new vehicle. It was probably almost 10 years of vehicles that we were able to replace with only a 20% cost. So that's what some of those, I'm sorry, it was in CDBG, that's Jason's area, the CMAQ funds, I apologize. But the process behind that is what has given us the ability to defer these costs. And now the reality is all those grant funds are being applied to electric vehicles, transit vehicles. There's no application currently with electric trucks. Now, I say that knowing that we've also applied for a grant application with the Air Board for 6 electric refuse vehicles. So we're gonna take a look at it. Those are all grant funds. Those don't come at a cost to the ratepayer. Those are grant funds that defer additional costs to the ratepayer and give us the ability to try to broaden our scope and our impact on the environment. Of course, zero emission vehicles are the way of the future, but we're also looking at hydrogen. Now, I say that we have to go through these processes and there's growing pains. Yes, electric vehicles don't work in some applications, but they're making advances, trying to make it better, and maybe in a lighter vehicle, maybe, what we would look at is using zero emission vehicles potentially for recycle routes. Using a zero emission vehicle for a recycle route is, plus, win-win. But the reality is, right now, it's in growing pains through those phases of electric vehicles, as we've seen with our transit fleet. But we have members of our community that are working in converting refuse vehicles to electric. We have grant applications filed for electric vehicles to implement those and do route trials and be a partner with the Air Board to see what that looks like in communities. And then, hopefully we also get on the forefront of looking at what implementing hydrogen looks like for the city of Porterville as well. So, all those to be said, we have made advances through grant funds and deferred those additional costs to the ratepayer. Of course, now, here we are, 17 years later, realizing that, it's a big chunk to take off at once, but this is how we recover and make up for a deficit in an operating enterprise.
Thank you for that, Director Knight. And just wanted to reaffirm that staff has brought this before the council in the past, and now it's on us today. We're looking at an 82% increase. Doing the same scenario or the algorithm that was put forth, if we did a 57% increase, it'd put the city in the black in 5 years. That's where I stood in the prior council meetings. That's where I stand today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Beltran, any comment?
Yeah, I just want to, my comments would be just, basically for the public to understand where I'm going and my thought process during this time. So much like the sewer rate study, this was also a study that was done and given great deal of time and
people are able to go back and thankfully watch our YouTube videos on this discussion. We talk about privatization. We talked about, where we sit with the rates with other agencies in our area. I'll get to kind of trash is just like bus transportation. It's just we're hauling trash around. There's no profit in that type. Obviously we're a government agency, so it's just a service. But this isn't something that is really profitable. There's this really false illusion that the state, I'd say California, likes to play with energy and having a good look for recycling. Nobody wants it. It's too expensive to reuse. It's a great idea. That's why we use paper and cardboard. You can plant another tree. But nobody wants it. And, we have the CRV that the state collects. I don't know how much the percentage of is actually recycled. Where do the rest of those funds go? But this goes back to just trash. The state will one year say, here's money for CNG. Here's 1 year, here's money for electrical dump trucks, which is what it's going to. But this technology isn't always works, it doesn't work great. And a lot of it is, you can't work on it, like you can't just hire an electrician to come work on something. It's all, what's the word I'm looking for? Not privatized, it's proprietary. Proprietary, yeah, only they can work on it, and you have to pay whatever it is that they charge. And there's so many of these different companies that are out there, so you might have this charging station, but maybe it's not compatible with this program or technology that's in that bus or that truck or whatever it might be. So the state has the unfortunate playing with taxpayer money is, oh, this year, this is what we're going to play with. This is why municipalities are the only ones that can afford these type of vehicles. You do not see the private sector playing this game because it's not a win game yet. They're the only ones that can afford this because it's not their money. It's unfortunate, but that's the game that's being played. So there's a little bit of this illusion. I know it seems like the past councils maybe, not that they didn't deal with it, but I appreciate it once again with Director Knight explaining how the budget didn't have to pay for 100% of the vehicle. And so it kind of falsely, it was, again, this illusion of what the actual costs were. And now that they've changed, here we are trying to figure it out. And so I don't want to make the past council look bad or staff look bad, but this is just the game that's constantly being shifted. And now we have to play by different rules, and we're trying to figure that out. I work at the Central Kitchen for the Porterville School District, and we have this huge organic waste bin. This is a mandate by the state. Another truck, more bins, more fuel, and we get zero compensation from the state for that, or from the county, for anybody. But our community has to pay for it, even though it's by the state. Yes, there's donations made to different organizations because some of the grocery stores and what have you are trying to limit their waste. So there is a little bit of a benefit, but even with that benefit, there's still a cost to the local taxpayers. If we don't kind of deal with this, not that we're not, but I believe this last budget session that we were given for this next fiscal year, I want to say it was like 99% of the budget is spoken for with projects and needs. So there isn't like, oh, well, we'll just pay for it from the general fund, because everything's already allocated for. I believe last year the city did an audit to see what our rate was for our for loan or for bonds. What was our rating? Oh gosh, like a B plus or something like that? I would say AA minus. AA minus. I mean, I was aiming low so we can say. In fact, it's the same. It's the same as TCAG, which it would actually be a AAA if you weren't in the Central Valley. You take City of Porterville and you put it over at the coast, it's AAA. But because you're in the Central Valley, you get dragged down by the area. So I say that so that the public knows that, we're being fiscally responsible with our tax dollars that we have to utilize.
And again, it's, all of our financial records are put through that process and tested and to see what we're doing. And this makes us in a good position when we do need bonds, when we do need to go, lower interest rates. So I just want the community to know that, they see these 50% or 88% or whatever ends up being long-term, we are trying to be fiscally responsible, that this isn't a jerk reaction to, oh, there's a negative, we need to fix this. There is, with this plan, again, Director Knight stated how technology, being more efficient maybe with the routes, but we need funding to make sure we have this technology. Having sensors in the trucks to make sure we're utilizing them to their proper weight, so they're not going all the way to the dump with maybe a lesser load than they can carry, or being overloaded, where it's, again, fuel efficiency with the extra mileage. So some of this comes with technology, and we've annexed a lot of properties over the last few years, but we haven't hired any more drivers, and we haven't added any more additional trucks. So as we're getting these growing pains as a community, it was nice when Porterville was small and we only had a few traffic lights. No, we don't have that problem anymore. We have a new problem. So I just wanted the community to know that was my thought process and what goes into when I'm looking at the numbers, where I see Porterville when I'm not sitting up here anymore, that I'm sitting in a better position, not just for the community, but for those they elected and for staff and the personnel that have to do this job. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weirach?
Councilmember Beltran shared with me a stat. I'm sure he's good with numbers, that 53% of the parcels in Porterville are homeowners leaving, so I did the math, and about, less than 50% are renters. There's a minimum wage increase coming from the state of California, and I think it affects, Mr. Lawless, could you help me remember the different tasks, different job titles that'll be affected by this minimum wage bump? I think it's what,
So
fast
it's
food workers and others?
Fast food and medical facilities. Fast food, the one that is going to send reverberations around the job market is what I'm going to say is going to be the one on medical, because it's just not medical workers, it's anybody who is employed within a medical facility. So all support, clerical, custodial, things of that nature. So the minimum wage will be phased in over a 3-year period of time up to $25. I think it starts at 22 and then goes up incrementally 1 year to 20, each year to 25. But it's going to send repercussions through distribution centers. Already the distribution centers in Tulare County are already, Walmart and distribution, Amazon are already fretting because it's going to create wage compaction. It's going to drive, it's going to be felt, the county of Tulare has 1,000 employees that are going to be affected by it. And because they have in their analysis, they have 1,000 employees that are going to have to be, their wages increased to be in compliance with that, because that's who's employed across the county and what is defined as medical facilities. So, and then how that crosses over within their own union for doing the same work, just where the state designated them, it's just going to have repercussions all the way
Fast
around.
food. So,
Yeah.
just my humble opinion, I think the players, the big organizations, the big cities, the big counties can probably absorb some of that, but there's probably going to be increases. But some businesses aren't going to survive that, so we may see an uptick in some unemployment locally here, possibly not. But again, if 47% of our residents are renters, possibly on minimum wage, even if the wages go up, there could be some job losses if the business can't survive that additional cost, and if they raise rates, but their sales drop because of those higher prices when they can go online maybe and buy it cheaper. I'm just kind of concerned about that. Thank you for mentioning the distance to the dump and the cost that we're going to have on that. Mr. Lawless, I really appreciate the financial stability that our that our city is under. I think you've done a great job with that. The financial department, Maria and her team are just doing a great job. We use a lot of depreciation of larger pieces of equipment over time, so when it comes time to pay for our new fire engine, we don't have to write a check for 1.5 million, right? We've got some money set aside for that. So I think we've done a good job to, manage our finances here. And if we had to take money out of the general funds, what do we do now, Mr. Lawless, with the extra money from our general funds? There's like all of these future liabilities that we have for like retirements for public service members, like even Director Knight in our police department and fire.
Well, council will remember when you adopted your budget back in the end of September, because there was a surplus from the prior year, it went in. So first, you have a budget stabilization fund for the general fund. That is all ordinances adopted by the councils before to ensure that the general fund, which is essentially your public safety, fire and police, stay funded. So that's the first thing. The priority is to make sure that that is funded. And I'm going to say it's 25% of whatever the budget expenditures are. And then after that is an emergency fund that is 10% of whatever budget expenditures are. And then after that is 3 reserve funds dealing with infrastructure, dealing with maintenance or new property. And so just last meeting, you appropriated on the skate park, for example. Part of that, I think there was $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 that was appropriated out of reserves to complement a grant that had been received to do the improvements within the skate park. So with that, and then in addition to that, and we have talked about establishing a pension stabilization fund that would also address what's called OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits, which is retiree health insurance and things of that nature. So so between that and that, but what you did do, and to ensure, because you have an unfunded pension liability, is you made $1 million pay down, actually 1.7, because we did it proportionally to what the payroll is of the city. So it was $1 million from the general fund and $700,000 from the enterprises, which would have been all of the refuse, whoever's paid, whatever the employees are paid, whatever their fund is, paid proportionally towards that pay down.
AA rating, audited financial statements. We rate at what for the different cities, or are we like I'll say a low number, are we like in 130th position of all the cities in the state of California? Is it more like 60
You're in the green zone, as they call it. You're not in the on the 10 watch list, which your neighbor to the north is. But you're in what's called the green zone, which is you're over, I think, 150 something of the 400 cities. But if you look, and of course you would say, well, you're not even at the halfway point. But when you look at, and this is what I shared with you, when you compare yourself, you automatically get your financial stability is questioned as soon as you say your location. TK went through the same thing when they just did their bond, even though that they have coverage, beyond coverage, in terms of what their bond coverage is, it's automatically discounted because you're in the Central Valley.
Thank you. And I'm asking these questions and clarifying concepts that you shared over the months that I've been here, just to point out the fact that we're in a good financial situation, and these rate increases are difficult for us to vote on, and at least for me. But I don't like using general funds to I don't know, help other budget areas. And it seemed like the last time we looked at a budget for the end of the fiscal year, very few departments, if any, spent more than their allotted budget. And because of that stewardship, we had money to pay down these different future liabilities that are unfunded. So thank you for helping us get there with that. I did hear recently, too, about the solid waste. Thank you for making some time yesterday for me to go over some of this council stuff about composting company. So maybe some of the green waste doesn't have to head out of town. Maybe somebody will. Could you or someone speak to that?
I know there's only one facility in Tulare County that is licensed to, or permitted to take it, which is Waste Management's facility in Visalia, correct, Mike? So, so that is already material that we have to transport to Visalia, and then you're subject to whatever Waste Management says is going to be the intake for that. So having established organics facility, and we have tried to recruit that, and
There's not enough volume for Waste Management to take a stab at it?
well, they have a set-up operation in Visalia. You have to come to them, right? They have a monopoly of the market. So it's going to have to be a competitor that comes and establishes something. You know, the facility's in the center of the county. If you think it just, again, it's location, location, location. You get to bring Dinuba, Woodlake, Tulare, Porterville, everybody to the middle. So, but, you know, that it just passes along costs to us beyond just the additional transports costs. So looking at, and as an example, what Zeronox is doing with the Chispong Group out of Kenya, who is in this business, and as they're looking at doing their partnership, can you establish a partnership with them on city property where they would locate here? There's been prospects through the EDC that we've tried to recruit, said, please come visit here. And I will, there have been some, and Jason would be better and kind of, he's been, I mean, this is a core function of his
Well,
position, but I don't, the licensing in this area is, you know, ask yourself, why did the landfill close at Teapot Dome? Because the state said it had to. It's full. That's it. No more. And so all of this is very, very intensive, very expensive. I mean, ask the county how much it costs to operate a landfill. And you have a forever cost, because it is forever monitored. It just costs it forever go on. And you have, and this has been a volatile issue in our county in terms of what they charge for what's called tipping fees. How much does it cost for that truck to go to their facility? Because they have to recover their costs too.
So I just, pie in the sky, should we get revenue from some future service? I mean, we wouldn't, I don't know government ever giving tax money back to the citizens, but there's no dividend process to our citizens. If all of a sudden we make $5 million of revenue off of a recycling business that moves into town, we don't like cut a check to all of our citizens and divide it up to the ratepayers, do we? Or do cities ever do that?
I'm not familiar with
Okay,
it.
then I'll just finish it with this. So my garbage cans, when I had a full house, sometimes they were overflowing. And I don't know if there's a way to weigh the amount of garbage you're collecting. Like we can't track the number of gallons of sewage that go off of my property, but less sewage is going off of my property. My trash cans are less full. I really like that the study has these options that any resident can make a phone call if they need a smaller bin, and they get a smaller bin, and that comes with a smaller fee. Is that correct? Absolutely. And I know that I've got like 2 trash bags, 30-gallon trash bags, in my big black dumpster, and I don't need it, or trash bin. So I know I'm going to be ordering new containers, you know, just to try to save some cost. So I appreciate having that option, you know, and some people, I've seen the trash is overflowing, and yet when we pick it up, it's the same net cost to them, right? We don't charge them more if that bin is overflowing, and I know our drivers, we don't expect them to get out and pick up a bag that's alongside of it and toss that in the garbage can, right? But is there a way to?
Well, I mean, that's some of the challenges that we have. That's more customer outreach, more customer education. The reality is we would prefer customer cans to be closed, because what happens when we go to service an overfilled can is it results in
Spillage.
trash on the road, right? So, or you have issues with it already spilled out by the time you get there as a result of being overloaded. So customer education is part of that effort.
And then I want to issue an apology. I didn't have this epiphany until I was talking to Mr. Lawless on the last break. You know, I wish we would have considered rolling all 3 of these out like every quarter, 1 per quarter, or 1 per every, 5 months or something, to renotice and to refile a 218 for down the road, to where it's a payback term. Instead of 5 years, it's 7 years. That's an expensive proposition. We could be talking almost $100,000 just to redo it, or 50,000 anyways, yeah?
Well, a noticing is 25,000 with postage and everything, but you can't legally do more than 5 years.
Can't do more than 5 years, so it's always going to be 5 years.
You can't do more than that. It can be less than
Can't do
that.
5 years' worth of increases. I mean, you could set a schedule longer, but you'd have to stop increasing after 5 years.
Right.
The council already approved one rate increase. These other two, if we did not improve one of these next two with the budgets the way they are and with what we want to buy, what should the council maybe consider renoticing a year from now and adding 5 years to that so we can give our citizens a bit of a break?
Just to clarify, the water is not an increase.
Tertiary, pardon me.
But yeah, the tertiary rate is not an increase. It's the establishment of a new fee for a new service that we're going to have.
So that's going to be okay.
That one's kind of
but
different. I just wanted to
thank
point
you.
that out.
And again, the only,
Okay, so that helps, that's important.
the only customers of that are the city and the tribe.
Okay, so that only leaves this one, if we were to punt it down the road. But then again, we're delaying the inevitable. But it's not as hard a hit on our citizens, our residents, if we don't approve this one. But then it's just going to delay the inevitable by another year or two.
Yeah, so you're drawing down, so you used all your reserves in operational reserves. You have
Yeah.
capital, and this is a unique thing for the, here's what I will also say, you're having a unique conversation as well, because most cities don't put money away to replace their capital.
No, you did a good job.
So these monies have been put away over time so that when it is time to replace fire trucks are going, $600,000 to $1 million now. And refuse trucks are the same thing. I remember when they were less than 200,000 and now they're 400,000, and we're not talking electric, that's 900,000. So, so we would set funds, so part of the budgeting process was to, when this truck needs to be replaced 10 years from now, we have the money aside. But by achieving grant funds, we were, what did we say, Mike, 15 trucks, 20 trucks we replaced probably over term. We didn't have to continue to tax. So the good news is that you had a fund that we weren't utilizing because we had set the funds aside to replace trucks, but then we had to use, what is it, 11% match on a CMAQ grant? So you have this 10% match for easy math, 10% match for a truck, and we were the biggest player in this space in our county, in TCAG, who manages CMAQ funds. And then it shifted into, and so right now it's actually roundabout program. There's a small amount that's going to electrification, but in the end, because that is what the federal, again, these are federal funds, that is what the federal government said about 5 years ago, you will use this money for roundabouts. That is dictated. And the way they do that is by air quality, and in our air district is managed by Washington. It is under the purview of the EPA. So, and in fact, there's been a lot of stuff you've been hearing about saying you are not making your attainment. More road work, I'm telling you what's coming right now when they do what's called the Regional Transportation Plan for Tulare County. You do this every 3 years and it's subject to approval by the federal government. And Ted Smalley just said, at the next meeting, you should come, December 8th, come and hear him talk about things that are going to happen in Tulare County. Otherwise, you're not going to get road money.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, this is all very serious. I guess I can't understate that.
And I want everybody that's watching on YouTube or in here or will look us up in 2 years to know that you're available if somebody wants to have a conversation. All they have to do is pick up the phone, call, make an appointment, you'll fit them in your schedule. And I know any council member would be happy to be with any of their constituents to sit down and walk through even other elements that, we didn't talk about. You've got your finger on the pulse of this city, John, thank you. Madam Mayor, thank you for the patience for me to just ask a couple of questions.
Oh, you're welcome. Vice Mayor.
Just a couple of things. Again, another tough topic for all of us. I know the residents are concerned, but I just would like to say that I feel it's tough, but fortunate to be able to be a part of the discussion where we did obtain information to make a decision. And with all the different scenarios that we were provided, with a lot of information, I know that Councilmember Meister was the one who asked for a separate scenario. So with that, we all did kind of discuss and make decisions based around what we were provided within one of those scenarios. So I think it is time for us to, play a part in this discussion. So with that, and then the only other thing was there was a comment on numbers versus percentages, and that I don't want that to seem like just a frivolous decision to have different comparisons, but I believe these are percentages because they're various rates, so they had to be a percentage. Okay, that was the only thing. That's all I have.
That was your only comment. No, I can appreciate, I don't really have much to say or add to the conversations that each and every one of you have expressed. And it's only because we had the conversation when we were making the decision to bring it to the full council again at this meeting. And I'm going to echo again Councilmember Beltran to his regard in his thought process. I can accept that, and I want to thank Councilmember Meister when we had the meeting to his position and where he stood with it. These are tough decisions, I don't deny it. And I am now going to bring it back to the full council. And where is it that you would like to go with the draft, with the resolution that has been placed before us?
I'll make a motion to consider approval of the attached draft resolution since the tally did not exceed the majority protest.
We have a motion on the floor. I will go ahead and make a second. If there is no further discussion, call for the vote. Passes 3-2. Thank you. It is right now 9:30. I'm going to call for a 10-minute break before we go into the next public hearing. So we will recess for 10 minutes and come back. Ready? It is 9:43, and we will resume the meeting and go into the next public hearing, item number 16.
Thank you, Your Honor. The final public hearing this evening is to conduct a public hearing and consider establishing recycled water in meter rates. And again, Mr. Knight will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. I was going to try to abbreviate this, but I'll just go ahead and go through the spill so we have it all covered. This is a time and place to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed rate structure for the City of Porterville's recycled water and meter rate. At its meeting on September 19th, 2023, the City Council approved setting a public hearing for November 21st, 2023 to conduct a protest hearing and consider a recycled water and meter rate increase. Essentially, it's establishing the rate. And according with the Proposition 218 legal requirements, the city must provide at a minimum a 40-day notice for the protest hearing.
One moment, please. I apologize for the interruption. Vice Mayor feels she has a conflict.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, do I do it now before the staff report, or?
Yeah, that would be a good idea since she's in the staff report. So the mayor's going to go out for a perceived.
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay.
And I apologize for that because
No problem. In accordance with the Proposition 218 legal requirements, the city must provide at a minimum of 45-day notice for a protest hearing on proposed fee increases. The city mailed the public notice out to record owner of property subject to the proposed rates or tenant directly liable for the payment of recycled water rates and meter rates. And essentially, so we covered all of our bases on that, although the city is essentially the only user of recycled water, and currently the tribe is the only user of recycled water. Because of the process we were going through, we did send that out to all of our customers and residences to make them aware, although the city and the tribe is ultimately the ones impacted. So that was mailed out on the 29th. On October 6th, 2023, it was amended. We provided the 120-day statute of limitations change to that, and then that was sent out to residences and property owners. The city published the public notice of the hearing in the Portable Recorder on the 28th, and also again on November 10th. In addition, the notice was published on the city's website on October 17th. The notice of the public hearing provided the record owner of property subject to the proposed rates or tenant directly liable for paying the subject rates of the process to protest. Each protest must be in writing, state opposition to the proposed rate increase, provide the location of the owner's identified parcel by assessor's parcel number or street address, and include the original signature of the property owner or customer of record submitting the protest. Only one protest per parcel would be counted. At the conclusion of the public hearing, City Council will consider adopting the proposed recycled water rate increase, which is outlined in the reverse side of the staff report. If at the close of the public hearing, written protest against the proposed recycled water and meter rate increase are submitted by the majority of the record owners of affected parcels and customers of record 50% plus one, the city will not approve the proposed sewer rates. If at the close of the public hearing, written protests against the proposed sewer rate increases do not present a majority of record owners of affected parcels and customers of record, the City Council will be authorized to impose rate increases up to the amount proposed. The city completed a recycled water feasibility study in October of 2019. Its primary objective was to identify and analyze opportunities for supplying recycled water in and around the city of Porterville. The city is near completion of its .308 MGD tertiary water treatment facility, which is scheduled, hopefully be operational by the end of the year. Implementing recycled water will enable the city to offset potable water use, thereby enhancing local sustainability and drought impact resiliency to customers for irrigation and industrial uses. The city makes every effort to provide its customers with water in the most efficient and cost-effective manner possible. The city continuously evaluates operational costs and utilization of assets to maintain infrastructure efficiencies and improve water supply distribution. Tertiary treatment of the city of Porterville's wastewater effluent to recycle water will be crucial in augmenting or offsetting potable water supplies. The implementation of recycled water requires that the proposed recycled water pricing mechanism and rate structure to recover the cost of production, distribution, maintenance, and of recycled water. The city's recycled water rate revenue will fund the costs of providing recycled water services. Therefore, recycled water rates must be set at sufficient levels to recover the cost of treatment, operation, maintenance, and capital improvement. Recycled water rates are comprised of three parts: recycled water consumption fee, recycled water meter service fee, and recycled water backflow device fee. Proposed rates for 2024 recycled water usage revenues will pay for the cost of delivering recycled water and are based on the quantity of recycled water consumed as measured by the water meter. The proposed rates include a monthly meter charge and water consumption usage charge. The meter charge is a fixed amount calculated to recover a portion of the city's fixed cost of operation and maintaining the recycled water system. It is established on the basis of the size of the meter serving the property. The fixed meter charge is due regardless of the quantity of water consumed. The water use charge is the rate the city charges per unit of water consumed. 1 unit of water equates to 748 gallons or 100 cubic feet. The charge will differ from one bill to another depending on the water consumption and meter size. Council will consider a recycled water rate structure of $1.91 per unit of irrigation and industrial use, in addition to consumption or proportional rate structure by meter size is also being considered for all new meters, ranging to pay for fixed costs of providing service and do not vary with the quantity of water purchased. With that, staff recommends the council conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of establishing rates for recycled water and meter service, receive any additional written protest, direct city clerk to tally the protests and report the tally, and consider approval of the attached draft resolution if the tally does not exceed a majority of protests as determined by the 218 process and by the count of the city clerk. And my apologies, there's been a mouthful for those 3 items.
Thank you. Okay, it is 9:51. I will open up the public hearing for the recycled water and meter rates. Is there anyone that would like to come forward?
Brock Neely, address on record. This is a landmark thing that finally we're getting our tertiary treatment plant online. Yes. Now, on something that Councilman Wyrock mentioned on the last item with the minimum wage, it's already impacting. The franchisee that has all the McDonald's in this area is shutting down the indoor dining. Everything's going to be drive-through only.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth on the recycled water and meter rates? Please do so now. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is 9:52. We will close the public hearing, and if there are any protests that need to be turned in, please turn them in to staff right now. Okay, and it is 9:52. You'll take 5 minutes, even less. Let me know when you're ready with the tallies, and again, public is invited.
Because I went in and grabbed a shopping cart, they didn't have what I wanted. Get the door.
Thank you. We will resume the meeting. All right, we have conducted the public hearing, and we received an additional protest, and the city clerk is ready to provide us with the tally.
Yes, Your Honor, the tally for the new water fee is 57.
Okay. All right. I will bring it to council, and in which direction do you wish to go with the resolution for the water and...
Make a quick statement. It's funny, I received some phone calls on this, and this is not raising your water.
Correct.
This is not an increase on your water rates, and so I heard, got a couple phone calls on this. There is a rate increase on sewage and your solid waste or refuse that will be coming, but this is not an increase on your water. This will not impact you at all. This is clear only on the city and on the tribe casino treatment plant. So just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. And it's to establish the recycled water and the meter rate. Okay?
I just had a brief question, sorry.
Go ahead.
How long do you think it would take, once the tertiary plant is up and fully operational, to get a good assessment of what it actually costs? Because I imagine we'll probably review this in about a year, once that's established. But I'm just curious of how long it might take to establish that.
We'll have the full expectation within a year. It's probably through the commissioning process, it's a 60-day commissioning process. So I fully anticipate having some ups and downs as we go through that. But I would say a year will give us the expectation that we're looking for. Chemical costs and see how all that goes, maintenance and operation.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
fully anticipated the rate would cover exactly what we're producing now, so.
Yeah, that's what I was curious, like, man, I don't know, I know this is just to establish the rate, and the only customers are the city and the casino grounds. But I'm like, wow, could this possibly run a big deficit? Because we don't know. And I mean, I appreciate the information because there's a educated guess on what it's going to cost. But I was just like, what could this turn into?
Yeah.
In a year?
Mike, does it not mirror the current water rate structure with the absence of the larger meter?
Right, so that's exactly what we did. For one, to incentivize the use of recycled water. And currently, the incentive is that there's no restriction on the day of use. However, the cost is going to be more what we anticipate. Close, it's going to be close. So we didn't want to create a burden to utilize the water. However, assuming that we still will be able to cover the cost of operation.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Wyrock?
I'll be brief. Who's got the bet on the time that we quit tonight? It's Over's going to win. Oh, congratulations, Patrice. We have had some challenges with local school districts developing in a way that enhances, I'll use that word, their impact on the city, and sometimes it's not quite an enhancement. and I don't know all the details, but is there any requirement at the state level that the educational system in the state of California will use this type of water in any new school built, at least should have some purple pipe? But we put purple pipe in the sports complex to start using some of this water, so I applaud that effort and that forward-looking thing. And then any agriculture, any person that needs to irrigate their crops, this water is safe to do that, correct? And so they're not using fresh groundwater, making more groundwater available for us to use however we like, right? But they just have to find a way to tap in and build their pipeline to get the water from our plant, right?
Correct. And I would assume that's a little bit more expensive being treated for ag purposes on that volume. But essentially, yes, it could be something that could migrate into our reclamation area should that convert at some point in time. But the plumbing code does require, if recycled water is available, given the conditions on what activities are being performed within a commercial facility or green spaces, that if recycled water is available, then it shall be used, but nothing to cause them to go and create the mechanism to provide that.
Back to the schools, but not for the schools, and I may have forgotten, so help me remember. Have we already adjusted our building code so that all new residences built that might have front yard landscaping or planting trees in their backyard, they're required to have purple pipe and they will get a meter for it in the future? Are we prepared with our infrastructure? I know we put some purple pipe around here, but are we doing it out in these areas of growth, and would that be part of a developer fee to get the main line out there for, a 500 home subdivision or a commercial structure?
So the uniqueness of this 218 is we provided notice to everyone. However, recycled water will not be utilized on a residential lot. It's primarily for open spaces like, parks, school, medians, Caltrans, definitely would be a candidate for that.
Can we use it for dust control so they don't have to tap into a fire hose?
Essentially,
and
yes,
use-
yeah.
Okay,
But not a residential use.
great.
Not yet, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I don't really have much to comment other than this is to establish the rates for the recycled water in the meter. And did you have another comment?
No, I was going to make a motion.
Okay,
unless
go
you were
right
going
ahead,
to.
go right ahead.
I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
And I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? If not, call for the vote. Passes 4-0. And we need the vice mayor back in. All right, we'll now move on to item number 17, scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have two scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is consider the status and review of declaration of local flood emergency. Council last reviewed this item at its last meeting, pardon me, on November 7th. Prior to that, staff continues to work with FEMA specifically in its claims that it has submitted for reimbursement, and continue to pardon me, continue to have both teleconference, video conference, and on-site visits as part of its claim process. And then provided in your agenda is the ongoing census for the Armory. We are seeing an uptick in the within the last week or so, we believe attributed to some of the precipitation we received, as well as cooler temperatures, which actually, if the council will recall, the agreement that we're into and the use of the Armory is similar to what is used by the California Military Department down in Los Angeles area for what's called the Winter Armory Shelter Program. So staff's recommendation would be that the city council consider whether to continue its review and consider whether to continue its declaration of local flood emergency. Happy to answer questions.
Council have any questions? If not, recommendation.
I'll make a motion to receive the report of status and continue the declaration.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go on to number 11.
Thank you, Your Honor. The final scheduled matter for this evening was item number 11 on the consent calendar, which was a council member requested agenda item to consider potential modification for proclamations contained in the City Council Procedural Handbook. And the item was pulled at the request of Councilmember Meister. Happy to answer the questions or provide the staff report.
Well, I'll go first, being that I pulled it, and really glad that Councilmember Wyrock brought this forward. I like the wordage that is here. I was thinking about possibly adding, but John, could you give us a brief history on the proclamation process prior to the change, I don't know, 10 years ago, and to where we are at today?
Yeah, so beginning in April 11th, 1927, until July 18th. Actually, so I have to give credit to Patrice for doing this, looking at what the historical has been on this. So from April 11th of 1927 until July 16th of 2013, there was no written policy for this. And the mayor was who signed all proclamations on behalf of the city. But there was an interest of members of council to also be able to sign on to this. And so it became a broader, so for 90 years, it was the mayor only that signed any proclamations. And then in 2013, it was expressed interest that council members be allowed to sign on as well. But between July 16th of 2013 and October 1st, for about 2 months, it was required that the city council vote on all proclamations and that it received 3 affirmative votes for it to be issued. And so those were on the agenda. Beginning October 1st, of 2013 through December 3rd of 2019, Patrice, you want to kind of go into some depth? This gets into some real nuanced.
Just for clarification, so from 1927 to 2013, it didn't have to go on the agenda, and the mayor was the primary person that did a proclamation.
The only one.
The only one. But just to add to that factor, the people of Porterville voted in the mayor, not the body of this council.
Not correct. So according to the city's charter, the city council determines it's the mayor.
Oh, so it's always been that way. The people have never been able to vote in the mayor.
Correct.
Gotcha. I didn't know that. Okay, continue forward. Thank
I have
you.
a question really quick. This is to approve that we discuss this item on December 5th. Can we discuss the questions on the 5th? Or is this different than what's on here?
Well, we still have to vote on it because I pulled the item and we
It's just to pull it, but yeah, you're right.
can make a motion and
Yeah.
kill this right now, no doubt, but.
Well, I don't want to kill it, I just want to have the discussion on December 5th, like the staff report says.
And may I comment? I'm just going to
That's just-
comment. And it is actually to be brought to the next regular council meeting. That was the request, and that we discuss it publicly on December the 5th. As a scheduled matter. How does council wish, we can continue this to December the 5th too? Because I would like to have some more conversation to this, and then have the history made available in the staff report.
Okay, that sounds fair.
And have
Yeah,
and
we
have
could
the
dig into it.
information in the staff report to the history, where it was and where it is, and that we can all have a conversation. And maybe we can look at the handbook and say,
Just so you know, I didn't know the exact history, and that's why I asked staff.
oh, and I think
to
it's
bring that.
great. I think it's great, because I think it should be in a report so that we can have the discussion. on
It helps
December
with the staff
5th.
report next time, because this will just go directly in it, so it wasn't
fair.
it-
Yeah,
It wasn't wasn't a fruitless effort. If depending on what the council wants to do tonight.
Well, if there are we can just carry it over with the information being added to it, and we'll have the discussion then. Is council okay with that?
Don wants to say something.
Councilmember Meister, he had some questions, and that's why he pulled it. And if that's the will of the council, then we can just.
Yeah, my feelings aren't hurt here. I don't mind seeing it and then being more informed with, because we're going to get that information that
Yes.
John has there in his hands, and we'll be able to add or take away and schedule matters. I'm not, my feelings aren't hurt here. It's
Well,
fine with
thank
me.
you. We're okay? All right, let's move on.
Need a motion, though.
Oh, well, I make a
Still gotta
motion that
vote it
we'll
in.
carry it over.
Just to put it on.
To
just
put
a
it
staff
on.
recommendation. Yeah.
Okay. So I made the motion.
You made it?
I said, let's carry it
Second.
over. I make the motion.
There you
We carry it on to the next one. All right, we have to vote on it. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous. It'll be on December the 5th. All right. We'll continue it. Now we'll go into the AB 1234 reports. We're going to put this in fast forward. And the first one is the Link Committee. Councilmember Beltran.
All right, we're in the final stretch, everyone. All right, the Porterville Link Committee met on, I don't have the date.
November the 8th, it's on here.
It's on there, November 8th. It feels like a year ago. Yes, we met on November 8th, like I stated. It was brought to order by the chair, Sylvia Martinez. There was a brief introduction, again, with those in attendance. First was the approval of the draft minutes from October 4th meeting. There was a brief budget discussion. There wasn't a whole lot of change in that. There was a discussion about the funding for the point-in-time event that will be coming up in January. $4,100 of the budget was set aside for that, for events, or for the purchase of clothing items, beanies, gloves, along with gift cards from local stores as incentives for those who are participating in the pit event. So let's see. There was a navigation center update. The continued numbers for feeding is still the same, 80 to 100, just depending on the day and time of the month. At the beginning, there's not so much there because a lot of people get their benefits. There was an update on the beds available there. The previous meeting, there had been, I believe, 9 beds available total, but those have been taken up, and there's now only 1 bed available in the, I believe, in the bridge side of that. So the staff continues to work with different services in the area for those experiencing homelessness to make sure each bed is being utilized to its maximum use. There was an issue that's been ongoing with individuals showing up for the meals who staff know are no longer homeless. They are either low-income apartments or do have a residence, but they keep coming back for the food services. Now, they don't want to turn people away who are in need, but there was a discussion of other services in the community that they can utilize, such as FoodLink and St. Anne's Food Pantry and others. Going on to the next item was the point-in-time planning, which was HUD's yearly homeless count. That will be Porterville area. That will be held on January 24th. That is a Wednesday. We do this on a Wednesday because that is when the local homeless know that services are available. So we try to maximize those efforts and that count. KTHA held a meeting on November 13th for those who are going to be helping out with that. There'll be several more meetings to come, but that was the first initial one. Email link was sent to all the committee members to participate in that. Volunteers are always needed and welcome, so as the date gets closer, I'll be providing more information for those who would like to volunteer. In other matters, I shared, earlier we heard from Corey Wells. I believe he's from the American Conservatory, who teamed up with the Valley Adult Day Services to provide a Thanksgiving lunch for those in the community who are in need. This was a full Thanksgiving type meal. I reached out to him earlier this afternoon, and as he stated earlier in the report, they had about 200 meals provided. The leftover food was given to the local shelters and those helping out with people. I'm not sure if it was PAR or the men's shelter or the women's, but he did tell me that all the excess food was donated to other good causes. And last was, I brought you back some numbers from the winter coat drive. I didn't have them at that last meeting's time, but there were 118 coats given out, 100 sleeping bags, 88 pairs of shoes, 98 gloves and beanies, along with hygiene kits. There was a medical clinic, a mobile clinic there from Adventist out of Tulare, where I don't have the number in front of me, but there were a number of individuals that also got eye care from individuals that were doing eye tests. So it was a very successful event. And that concludes my link report.
Thank you very much for that. CalVans, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I would like to note number 2, CalVans, and number 4, the stack. I didn't get to attend either of those, so I would like to reach out to the alternate to get an update and carry it over if that's okay.
Okay,
So that's number
So-
2 and 4.
those two will be brought back. Tulare County Water Commission, the November 13th meeting was canceled, and the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness, sad to say, we did not have a quorum to conduct a meeting. All items were to make decisions on action. Everything was done as information. The Office of Emergency Services provided us a handout on disaster preparedness. We got a handout with public health emergency preparedness from Mr. Sean Roberts, and it had to do with kits and things that were done during the flooding situation and displacement. The Red Cross just provided updates. There was an interesting slideshow presentation from Michael Montgomery and Felix Castro with regard to the atmospheric administration. They're out of Hanford. They provided us with and educated us to El Nino and La Nina. And as to which one is with the El Nino, that the temperatures are warmer and the water is warmer, and La Nina, everything is cold. But they pretty much indicated that they're preparing, again, with the information that is available to them, and no concrete, but to watch out for the flooding situations once again and the rain. We were given an update on the Housing Authority. Claudia does an impeccable job. I'm not going to go into what Councilmember Beltran shared because it's the same information that was shared at the Homeless Task Force. She just added highlights on the Finca Arena that is now fully occupied, and that they provided Thanksgiving meals, and continued on the litter abatement program. It continues to be successful here for the city of Porterville with the trainees. Very small highlight on the temporary evacuation center, that it's open from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. with approximately 24 people. And update on the SMART team from Porterville. And that concludes my report. I'm sad to say I wish I could have brought you more, only we didn't have a quorum to conduct more than what's there. So the TCRTA is the next one. Councilmember Belton or Councilmember Wyrock? Okay.
Thank you. I'll report out on that. The scheduled meeting was for November 15th, and the city of Porterville was very supportive of that meeting date and time. We had representatives, Mr. Lawless was there, Mr. Knight was there, I was there, I think online. We had our vice mayor and Councilmember Beltran. We were ready to support and lend assistance to the board and to the agency with some, in any way that we could. Unfortunately, due to a medical situation with one of the board members, and we wish that board member a full and speedy recovery. We wish them the best through their, gaining and recovering from their personal health matter. And there was a couple of other board members who were not present. So we learned that we were unable to have a quorum, and we don't know if the alternates were called or not called. I have a note to talk to the interim director to make sure, once we know that a board member can't make it, that we as an agency, I'm speaking on behalf of the agency, makes an outreach call to either the city manager that board member represents or the alternate to make sure that we can have these meetings regularly. The TCRTA has had an ample opportunity to really step up and get some things done on behalf of the county, and I'm just getting the feeling that we want it for them more than they're able to get done. So I really appreciate all of the support of the city of Porterville, all of that support that you've lent to the agency. We all know the history of earlier this year where we applied to dissolve our relationship with them, and they didn't take a motion on it, so we were stuck for another year. I'm hoping to hear of a replacement meeting date for early December. We did try to get back on the calendar for early this week, and it wasn't properly noticed, so it did not occur. That's the end of my report. We'll keep you guys abreast of what happens. Thank you.
I can appreciate that. Thank you. The Council of Cities meeting for November the 15th was canceled. We'll go on to the Library Facility Planning Committee meeting. Vice Mayor?
Yes. So the Library Facility Planning Committee met on Thursday, November 16th at 4:15 PM. This was a lengthy meeting, actually. The committee member, Cervantes, provided a presentation of a Hayward Library tour that she participated in during a Library Journal Design Institute held in September. This 21st century library was completed in 2019. It's 58,000 square feet, cost $60 million to build, and is LEED Platinum certified. The expansion 3-story building provides well-planned and use of space amenities for the public that include a teen space, computer lab, maker space, community meeting room, small and large meeting rooms, children's area, cafe, and Friends of the Library bookstore. After committee member Cervantes concluded the presentation, she also shared with us an 8-minute clip of the Omaha, Nebraska headquarters and system library facility that is currently in development. This new facility, when it's completed, will be 96,000 square feet and cost approximately $150 million. The clip was just an example, a great example of what it takes to design and develop a 21st century library. So we're just looking at virtual and in-person tours of various updated libraries. Next, the committee received an update on the new library. Staff met with Paul Halogen, architects, I couldn't get the name right. I apologize. Architects to map out the scope of work that is planned between now and January. The design team is reviewing the needs assessment to re-familiarize themselves with the initial program. A meeting with library staff will be conducted by Paul and his team in the coming weeks. Library staff is currently completing a survey to gain their input on desired outcomes of the design. The goal of that meeting, along with an upcoming one from community stakeholders, is to discuss vision, obtain direction regarding needs, service model, public engagement, and other foundational issues. Paul will also be scheduling a meeting with the Library Facility Planning Committee to provide updates, gain input, and answer any design questions. A task will also be to prioritize the main elements to be included in the design. Subsequent tasks of those meetings shall include the development of design standards, conceptual sketches, and collaborative team design sessions leading to a public engagement meeting to review program elements with visuals and basic organizational diagrams. A cost estimate will be conducted at the conclusion of this phase. This phase will be followed by a schematic design phase, which will include such things as site plan, floor plans, building elevations and sections, and the selection of major materials and building systems. Our last item on the agenda was a library services update, which committee member Cervantes provided. Since our last planning committee meeting in August, Vicki reported that the staff has launched a young adult book club for ages 16 to 24. The 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program has signed up 38 new participants. September was National Library Card Sign-Up Month, and 254 new library card holders were added. Staff also conducted a competition for total savings on your library receipt for checkouts for the month of September, and our patrons who participated saved a total of $6,257. Family Literacy Day took place at Zolid Park on September 30th and had 270 participants. October 28th, staff programmed a Halloween event, and that served 130. Library staff also participated in police department's trunk or treat event on Halloween, and the meeting adjourned at 5:39. The next meeting will be February 15th at 4:15. And I just wanted to add, I know this report is long, the meeting was long, but we're getting to a really important part of the planning, and the community really is, I know they're very interested in the next steps. They always want a date. So we keep saying, you know, we try to keep them informed on exactly where the progress is. And with those presentations, some of the key things that we were looking at of things that are working, innovative, are security, children area, teen spaces, digital advertising throughout the library that could be always changed and updated, and then outdoor space. And that concludes my report.
That's a great report on the library. We need it. Yeah, it was good. Thank you. Next one is PADA, Councilmember Beltran.
None of my committees canceled on me. With that.
Man.
PADA wasn't able to meet earlier at a scheduled one. We found out that the tribe, I didn't know, buried their deceased on Fridays. And so it was interesting to learn the culture and the history behind that. So they apologized for not attending, but it was great to hear some of that history and the efforts that they do for their community. So we were able to gather this last Friday. We had, 5 scheduled matters. Try and make it brief. The one is approval of the draft minutes from September 15th were approved. Second was city reimbursement of eligible expenses in the amount of $431,184.33. That was approved 4-0. This was part of the construction. We also got this was for the tertiary treatment wastewater facility. Director Knight gave us an update on where we're at on that status. Let's see, we have completed the review with the Department of Drinking Water. Now they're on to the Regional Water Board for their consideration for a permit to discharge. All documentation has been submitted, and staff checks in every few days for that status. A 60-day processing test will be done, as earlier stated by Director Knight, as part of the requirements, along with some minor work on asphalt drainage and calibration of the monitoring system. There may be some change orders due to the cost, as the contingency costs are almost exhausted, but any expenses will be thoroughly reviewed and brought back to the committee if needed. Item number 3, this was also city reimbursements of eligible expenses in the amount of $2,077,466.07. And these were for the months of August, September, and October. Those were approved 4-0. A construction update was also given on the storm drainage discharge retention basin project. It's a mouthful. That was for that $2 million was for this project. he gave an estimate, this was amazing, 555,310 cubic yards were removed for that basin. That is a lot. I mean, how long did that take? Plus or minus a shovel, you said, I know, but that is a lot of soil moved. The update was the fence has been installed, the inlet structure's there, the pipe through 216 is completed, and the final connection manhole and asphalt will be done very soon. He estimated 85 to 90% of it has been completed, all on budget. Number 4 was the local roads improvement coordination. This has to do with the Scranton and West. It's still under design, along with the second roundabout at Westwood and West for the realignment at Worth. So those are still under design phase, just about complete. City Manager John Lawless just gave a brief history, not a history, but just an update on the status of the funding, that this project has to go to TCAG. They're the ones that are funding these projects through CMAQ. So everything is moving along as it should. The last item was, again, the Tulare River Tribe Active Transportation Plan, and this has to do with their 2 pedestrian bridges that are up there that are going to be worked on. There was, I guess you would call housework that needed to be done. The City Council, in our last meeting, we approved a project agreement and rules and responsibilities to advance these transportation projects. Like I said, the pedestrian bridge that has been now sent to the tribe for their review, and once completed, will be submitted to the California Transportation Commission for their approval. Once approved, it will be an established project with an estimated $3 million cost. That is phase 1. Looking forward to phase 2 would be near or around the airport, casino, fairgrounds, and sports complex with connectivity for pedestrians and bike safety for this upcoming year. That completes my report.
Thank you. Well, now we'll move on to the TCAG meeting, which was canceled. We're having one in December. It'll be a workshop. December the 8th.
It's the 8th. I thought, for some reason, it's my calendar the 11th.
It's the 8th, but it's on a Monday. You're right, yeah, okay. But I want to make one comment. I can really appreciate Councilmember Meister, who is my alternate on TCAG, at all the TCAG meetings, because it's important that you hear the conversations and you hear and you're able to see what's on the agendas. So I want to say thank you for that. All right, we're moving on. Oral communications.
Brock Neely, address on record. Please convey to Mr. McCurvey that not denigrate organizations I belong to. When I speak here, I speak as Brock Neely. I don't speak for an organization unless they vote for me to speak for them, and I do not bring any of this stuff to them. Thank you.
Is there anyone on virtually that's still online that would like to say something?
No, Your Honor.
All right, other matters. Councilmember Beltran.
Well, I want to thank everybody's efforts in today's meeting. It's it's not our longest one, but it definitely it was a lot of discussion and just great work, everybody. I know it's a lot of homework and staff and putting all this together. Another shout out to Public Works, Parks Department for the parade, the race. I don't know how many red shirts I saw out there. I plan to participate next year. I always keep saying, oh, I'm going to do it, and then I find a reason not to. But to hear that there was 200 more this year, I'd like to increase that number at least by 1, and that's myself. So, but just to see the community join these events, whether it's for veterans or other activities, I love our community when I see that. It doesn't matter political background, our ages, where we're at in life. It's just great to see everybody come down and just have a great time. So just for all the city staff that's able to put that together, it's no small feat. I went to the Elks 100th anniversary dinner. It was really great to see so many community members share all the different activities that they've been there for, whether it's a meeting, a wedding, a retirement party, bingo, just to see that kind of a jewel in our community, you know. It definitely needs some work, but just to see all the individuals in the history continue to support many, many efforts, whether it's fundraisers or, like I said, celebrations. It was great to see Madam Mayor was there and Councilman Wyrock. So I think it's just great when some events I'm not able to go to, but it's great to see that our city's council is participating and supporting those events. I just want to briefly, this has come up a couple of different times in meetings where, you know, impact fees, you know, for parks and stuff that are going on. There is a study underway now. It's been publicized. I believe the second study has been done for the parks. I think that's second one been done or just the first one?
The last time it was to have been done, the council didn't proceed on it. So this is the first one that's been done in a while.
Yeah.
But since the first one was done. So the first one to form, if I'm pretty sure Eureka did the background on this. So I'm pretty sure
2006.
to establish the fee it was done.
Yeah.
And I think this is
Second.
only the second time.
Yeah, but it's underway right now, and I know people have that concern of how, you know, things are getting paid for in the parks and you know, the trees and issues with the Veterans Park. So, but I know it feels like things aren't happening, but they are, and it just takes time, unfortunately, to get all completed. But thankfully, staff is working on that and is getting taken care of. We got an upcoming Christmas parade. In November, on a school night. I'm hoping that will change. You know, the chamber is in charge of that event, and I know traditionally it's been this way, but I really hope those who will vote on this and might take it up, that it'd be better for our community. One is to have it in December, and secondly, not on a school night, even if it maybe on a Friday evening. I know this discussion has been they don't want to be competitive with other communities, but I counted earlier, not that they all have bands, but we actually have 11 high schools here. That's counting Citrus, Butterfield, Adult School. There's 11, counting Strathmore Harmony. There's 11. Junior highs have bands. Would be fine with our own parade here, not having to dictate, or Visalia or another community dictate when we do our Christmas parade. But I think it would just be important for me, I thought, to do it on a not a school night, and in December would be just more traditional. With that, I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock.
Thank you. I was traveling outside of city limits, and I saw some repairs to some roadways where there was a pothole, and they patched it. I noticed some of the material that they cleared out of the hole, they just threw on private property. And I've seen it all around the outskirts of town, and you might notice it as well. I just really appreciate the way that our group goes around taking care of our city streets, a lot of public safety improvements, and they don't leave trash or stuff behind. We already talked about the state minimum wage and its impact possibly in the community. There'll be more to that. I'm hoping that there's some kind of lawsuit to Sacramento to postpone it starting in January so that they don't cram it down everybody's throat. But by now, organizations are making their decisions and moving on. So I don't know if the Chamber of Commerce is planning anything or not. But I'm thinking that if a lot of businesses struggle with that, our revenues may go down, and we might need a little bit more belt tightening, but we'll just have to see. I really like the report tonight from the Chamber, all that they accomplish every single month, you know, and they touched on the Veterans Marathon, just so much, the library literacy programs. And I just want to say this, the Elks 100-year building anniversary, the Veterans Parade, literacy, homelessness, there's just so many gracious residents that serve our city and the less fortunate. And they enjoy themselves and they have a lot of fun. Thanksgiving meals, trunk or treats, It's just a lot of, tax exempt and non-tax exempt organizations that just care. And my family knows a phrase that I use all the time, and it'll probably be on my tombstone. And that phrase is, love surrounds us. And love is very easy to see in Porterville through the different organizations that just do so much for everybody. It's an honor to be on this council with everybody. I'm excited about the new library, excited about these reports and how we're trying to help the county. I hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving, that they enjoy their families and friends, and we'll see you at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Well, just to address some of the comments there in oral communication, to think that someone on this dais can control what Ed McCurvey says, you are mistaken. And personally, I like it because I feel like he makes me look like a moderate. And just going on tonight was pretty heavy with the rate increases, long meeting. There's, in my opinion, some really good things that I'm excited to see coming forth. One is the getting underway, and I think by summer 2024, with the Newcomb Mulberry Light, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, which has been talked about for a long time, probably since I was in high school, so it's exciting to see that come underway. Locking in pioneer water shares. I think our forefathers before us really went after water shares because they knew how important that is. Staff continues those efforts. It's critical. As Mark Twain said, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. So great job to staff there. Veterans Day Parade and Veterans Day dinner at the Elks Lodge. Rumor was that last year they had 16 veterans show up to the Veterans Dinner. And I was invited. I imagine all of us were invited, but I got to give credit to Madam Mayor. I heard she reached out to a lot of people. Personally, myself, I reached out to a couple of veterans that I knew and American Legion, and they ran out of steaks that night. I think we had over.
They had half of a steak.
Yes, no, it was quite impressive.
though.
Yeah, it was very worth it, and Madam Mayor gave a great speech. It was a great turnout. Veterans Day Parade, something that I really want to highlight. Esther Tiller, the first woman Grand Marshal for the Veterans Day celebration. That's 105 years of this, right? And this isn't just like checking an equity box, because I'm totally against that. This is the real deal. As a woman, served 4 tours in Vietnam, and is involved in American Legion. Just great person, great to meet her. I just got to meet her. I know Madam Mayor's known her for many years. Today, I attended the community Thanksgiving lunch that Valley Adult Day Services put on. It sounds like Corey Wells brought that today, said served over 200 meals. That was awesome. Got to see Mr. Reidenhauer there and a bunch of people from the community giving to our senior citizens and the workers that take care of our citizens, senior citizens, and that was a lot of fun. Looking forward to our conversation for the proclamation process on the 5th. The medical freedom resolution that I brought forward, I really think if Porterville can lead the way in protecting individual liberty, I think it's a key thing in our nation right now in the time we're living in. I am looking forward to your guys' input. If you want to add, you want to take away, I'm open, and really looking forward to that. And then the parental rights proclamation for Tulare County Board of Supervisors will be going on the 28th at 9 a.m. I'm going to be attending that, and really looking forward to that and supporting parental rights in the county. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank our community, the public that did show up from the city of Porterville to participate in that came and to participate in the public hearing tonight. Also want to thank staff for all the preparation and presentations, not just tonight in our packets, but during extensive, the study session and our other discussions here in a public forum. So I also want to acknowledge the efforts towards the notifications that have gone out. Again, these have gone out through mailers, newspaper a couple times, our website, and it is on social media because I've seen it over the past weeks. So want to thank everyone for that, trying to really get that outreach out. And then I just, I wanted to acknowledge the consent calendar items because I always look forward to them, not just because we can approve them in one motion, but because every item on there is showing a progress of a project or something being approved or being scheduled, a community civic event. I just, we have the packet with all the information, so I really appreciate the consent calendar items. And then I just wanted to mention about the Veterans Day events like everyone else has, but really briefly, just on the run, why it's so important to me is because we hold a lot of runs for different events as a, tribal community. Not just here on the reservation, but in other communities as well. And there's a purpose for runs like that, and it's kind of to show a sacrifice and just give something back in a physical way to show gratitude for whatever the purpose is. And this is to show gratitude to the veterans and the people who served. So I always like that. The other part that I really like is that when you're walking, running, jogging, whatever, you're always with the community, and it's not the same like your friends or family. It's like just the people that end up around you, people on the street, and the people that are cheering while you're going with the signs. I think this year, so in the past, I know that the city has planned for 600. And then last year, we had 800 when they planned for 600. And then this year, as you guys saw, we had that on the agenda for about 1,000, and we had 1,064, I believe, was the total. But the really cool thing was, as we were going around the corner by right where the armory's at, I looked back because you could see clearly, like really far back right there, and you could just see just nothing but red, like all the shirts all the way back. And I was walking, so those were people still back there. But I mean, I can't imagine how it looked until I saw later on the drone footage, and just it was unbelievable how many people were out there. So it grows, and not just by a little bit, by hundreds so far in the past years. But also, I think, just showing the love for the vets is by the show of how big the parade is, how long-standing it is, all the families that get there super early, because when we come down Main, they're already sitting there waiting for the parade. And then the run, the Bandorama, the Tule River Powwow, and then also at the same time, the Tule River tribe wanted to acknowledge the tribal veterans. So they posted, and I think that just this first year, they had 75 banners. And I know the goal was to try to get 100, but that was what they were able to get. So that's just the start. I think it's good to acknowledge the veterans in all these different ways. And then the last thing I just want to say to all of our city staff, my peers up here, and then our community, is just enjoy your families during this holiday season, however you celebrate each of the holidays with your loved ones, and stay safe.
Thank you. I want to thank that officer that's back there for hanging out with us this evening. Good job. I mean, I've been watching you from up here, and I want to say you're a trooper, and I really appreciate that. With that being said, there have been a lot of things that have been going on. I did attend the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Ambassador Luncheon, and I want to make it known that these luncheons are open to everyone in the community. You don't have to be a member, and when you get the information, if you get the information, there's a number to call just to RSVP. That way they know that you're coming for the lunch. It's $20. They have a guest speaker all the time. They have the first part as a networking venue, And at the conclusion, after they have the guest speaker, they go around, and if you're a business or if we have something to say, they give you a window to present whatever it is you have to bring to the table. The Veterans Day dinner at the Elks Lodge, that was a lot of fun. I have to say that going there and seeing Esther just beam, because she is the Grand Marshal and a woman who's very deserving of that. So it was nice to be there. The Veterans Day run, I rooted the people that came across. I was ready to go to my vehicle, and I said, come on, Kelly, get across the line. But as I was heading toward my vehicle to be in the parade, and that was a lot of fun. I attended the Farm Worker Conference in Visalia. That is a large conference. I would say there were about 2,000 in attendance, and it was very well organized. There were people from Porterville that were there, organizations from Porterville that did attend, school districts. And it was my first time being invited just to drop in and to see what it was all about. And they had a lot of vendors and information. And the Porterville College was out there as well. So there was a lot of good representation. The 100th year building celebration, that was a lot of fun. I vividly remember some of the things that I used the lodge for myself, but I think I got up saying that the lodge has 30 years ahead of me in existence because I'm not too far behind. I was on air. Eureka and I went to laser broadcasting in Tulare. And what was really neat about this, it's in Spanish and it reaches out a lot of the community. But we highlighted the state of the city. We spoke of the Main Street reconstruction completion and talked about the Christmas parade, the Zalad House, and the senior Christmas dinner. And if you guys have never attended a senior Christmas dinner, I encourage you to go. And we talked about the military banner program. I want to thank Eureka for attending and being very proactive in this. I also want to say thank you to Terry because she coordinates the council to be in the parades. She gets all of our vehicles. She does all of that for all of us and secures drivers for us, and looking forward again to the Christmas parade, which she already started. She helped us with one parade. Now she's coordinating the other one. I have fun at the Christmas parade. I think I have a little children's posse that's going to follow me this year in the parade. I don't know that. They were my security guards last year. I want to thank Claudia Calderon and Juliana for being here this evening, because they were on standby if anybody that spoke Spanish that would need an interpreter to be available so that they could present during the public hearings. Mr. Lawless, I'm giving it to you now.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate you mentioning Terry. I want to say thanks to, I think at least one of her daughters, maybe both.
Father and daughter.
Father and daughter. That's right. I knew there was
daughter.
another family member. So appreciate all that she does in coordinating that and looking forward. And of course, the State of the City coming up and all the work that Jason and his folks have done in making that. We'll be live streaming it as well. So lots of different opportunities to get the message out on that. And then finally, the tree lighting ceremony. I know it's another important part of the tradition and heritage of the city. So lighting of the Gardner tree and lighting of the lights along Main Street. So look forward to that. That's all I have.
Okay. And with that being said, I hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. And it is 10:53.